Hello, and thank you for choosing this clean, historical Western romance by Emma Ashwood. Before we begin, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Your support allows us to keep sharing more wonderful stories for free. So grab a cozy spot, kick back, and let this story whisk you away to a different time and place. Enjoy. Copyright Emma Ashwood. The Widow's New Horizon by Emma Ashwood. Chapter 1. The rain had not stopped for 3 days. Katherine Palmer knelt in the mud beside the simple wooden cross that marked her husband's grave, her black dress soaked through and clinging to her legs. The St. Louis cemetery stretched out around her in a gray wash of headstones and bare elm trees, and the only sound was the steady drumming of rain on the brim of her bonnet and the distant clatter of a carriage on the road beyond the iron fence. She pressed her hands together and tried to pray, but the words would not come. They had not come easily since Daniel's drowning 3 months ago, when the Mississippi had risen in the night and swept him from the loading dock where he worked the late shift. They had pulled his body from the water 2 days later, 4 miles downstream, his face so changed by the river that she had identified him only by the scar on his left hand where a fishhook had caught him as a boy. "Forgive me," she whispered at last, though she was not entirely certain whether she was speaking to God, to Daniel, or to the child growing beneath her heart. The child that Daniel had never known about. The child she had discovered only a week after they buried him, when the sickness that she had blamed on grief refused to ease, and the midwife on Elm Street had examined her with gentle, knowing hands and told her what she had not dared to suspect. She was with child, and she was alone. Katherine rose stiffly from the wet ground and pressed one hand against her stomach. At 3 months, the change was barely visible beneath the loose cut of her mourning dress, but she could feel it. A new fullness, a quiet and persistent presence that reminded her every morning that the world had not stopped turning, even if hers had. She walked back through the cemetery gates and turned onto the narrow street that led to Mrs. Hartley's boarding house, where she had taken a room after selling the small apartment she and Daniel had shared. The apartment had fetched barely enough to cover his funeral expenses and the first month's rent at the boarding house. Now, even that money was nearly gone. The boarding house was a tall, narrow building wedged between a laundry and a printer shop, its paint peeling and its front steps sagging under the weight of too many winters. Katherine climbed those steps with the heaviness of a woman twice her age and let herself into the dim hallway that smelled of boiled cabbage and old wood. Mrs. Hartley was waiting for her at the foot of the stairs. She was a stout woman with iron gray hair pulled into a knot so tight it seemed to stretch the skin of her forehead, and her expression held all the warmth of a January frost. She stood with her arms folded across her considerable bosom and blocked the stairway with the immovable certainty of a woman who had been owed money before and had learned to collect it without sentiment. "Mrs. Palmer," she said, and the way she said it made it clear that this was not a greeting but an opening statement in a negotiation Katherine could not win. "Mrs. Hartley, you owe me for 3 months. I have been patient, as you know, more patient than most in my position would be." Katherine felt the familiar tightening in her chest. She had been expecting this conversation for weeks, rehearsing responses in her head that grew less convincing with each rehearsal. "I know. I am grateful for your patience. Truly I am. I have been looking for work. Looking is not finding, Mrs. Palmer, and patience does not pay my coal bill." Mrs. Hartley's expression did not soften. "I need the full amount by Friday. If you cannot pay, I shall need the room for someone who can. I am sorry for your loss, but I have my own situation to consider." Katherine opened her mouth to argue, to plead, to promise something she could not deliver, but the words died before they reached her lips. She knew the look in Mrs. Hartley's eyes. It was the look of a woman who had made her decision and was merely informing the other party of its terms. "Friday," Katherine said quietly. "Friday." Mrs. Hartley stepped aside to let her pass, and Katherine climbed the stairs to her small room on the 3rd floor, her wet boots leaving dark prints on the bare wooden treads. The room held a narrow bed, a washstand, a chair, and a writing desk that had seen better decades. Catherine sat on the edge of the bed and counted the coins in her purse with the careful precision of a woman for whom every cent had weight. $3.42. Mrs. Hartley wanted $12. It might as well have been 1,200. She set the coins on the nightstand and stared at them as though they might multiply by sheer force of will. They did not. They sat there, small and dull and utterly insufficient, and Catherine felt the familiar wave of panic rise in her chest. The same panic that had gripped her every night since Daniel's death, the same helpless certainty that the ground beneath her was giving way, and there was nothing to catch hold of. She was 26 years old. She was a widow. She was carrying a child, and in 4 days she would have nowhere to live. A knock at the door startled her, and she wiped her eyes quickly before calling out, "Come in." Bessie Cameron pushed the door open with her hip, her arms full of a folded newspaper and a small parcel wrapped in brown paper. Bessie lived in the room across the hall and worked as a seamstress at a dress shop on Market Street. She was a round-faced woman of 30, with kind eyes and a practical manner that Catherine had come to rely upon more than she cared to admit. "You look like something the river dragged in," Bessie said cheerfully, setting the parcel on the desk. "I brought you some bread and cheese from Hoffman's. Don't argue. You haven't eaten properly in days, and I can see it in your face." "Bessie, don't Bessie me. Eat." She pulled the chair to the bedside and sat down, smoothing her skirts with the efficient movements of a woman who never wasted time on ceremony. "Now then, I heard the dragon downstairs giving you the talk. Friday, is it?" Catherine nodded. "I thought so. She gave Mrs. Reeves the same speech last month, and Mrs. Reeves was out on the street by Saturday morning with her trunk and her cat." Bessie shook her head. "That woman has a heart like a cash register, but that is not why I am here." She unfolded the newspaper and laid it on the bed between them, tapping her finger on a section near the bottom of the page. Catherine leaned forward and saw that it was the personals column, a long row of small notices printed in cramped type. "Third one down," Bessie said. "Read it." Catherine's eyes found the notice, and she read it aloud, her voice hesitant. "Jasper Hardwick, horse rancher, Willamette Valley, Oregon. Seeks capable and honest wife, willing to endure hard work and frontier life. Must be of good character and sound health. No frivolous women need apply. Correspondence care of Creekside Post Office, Oregon." She looked up at Bessie. "A mail-order bride advertisement?" "Don't look at me like that. Thousands of women have gone west and found good lives. Good husbands, too. I read about it in Harper's just last month." Bessie leaned forward, her expression serious beneath the cheerfulness. "Catherine, listen to me. You have no money. You have no family. You have a child coming into the world in 6 months and no means to provide for it. What are you going to do? Work in a factory until you're too big to stand? Sleep in a doorway?" "I could find work." "Doing what? You were a school teacher's daughter who married a dock worker. You can read and write and do sums, and none of those will keep you fed in this city without references or connections." Bessie's voice softened. "I am not trying to be cruel, Catherine. I am trying to save your life and that baby's life." Catherine looked down at the advertisement again. The words blurred as her eyes filled with tears she refused to let fall. Capable and honest wife. The irony of it was not lost on her. "Oregon is the other side of the world," she said. "Oregon is the other side of the country, which is not the same thing, and it is a place where no one knows your name or your business, and a man with a ranch has room for a wife and a child." Bessie paused. "Write to him. What is the worst that can happen? He says no, and you are exactly where you are now." Catherine sat in silence for a long time after Bessie left, the newspaper open on the bed beside her and the bread and cheese untouched on the desk. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, and the light through the window had turned the color of weak tea, casting long shadows across the bare floorboards. She thought about Daniel. She thought about the child. She thought about Friday and Mrs. Hartley's hard eyes and the $3.42 on the nightstand that would not stretch to cover a week's meals, let alone a month's rent. And then she pulled the chair to the desk, took out a sheet of writing paper, and uncapped the small bottle of ink that was one of the few possessions she had not yet sold. She wrote carefully, forming each word with the neat hand her mother had taught her. She described herself as a young widow of 26, educated, healthy, and willing to work. She wrote that she was eager for a fresh start in a new location and that she was not afraid of hard labor. She wrote that she had experience in a kitchen and a garden, and that she had a steady temperament and a practical mind. She did not write that she was carrying a child. Her pen hesitated over the page at the place where the truth should have gone. She could feel it pressing against her, the weight of the omission, the wrongness of it. She was not a woman who lied easily. She had been raised on honesty the way other children were raised on bread and milk, and the deception sat in her chest like a stone. But she thought of the baby. She thought of the street. She thought of what would happen to a pregnant widow with no money and no family in a city that ate the weak and spat out the bones. And she pressed on in silence. She sealed the letter that night and placed it on the desk, and she lay awake in the narrow bed with one hand resting on her stomach, listening to the rain against the window. She did not sleep. She was not sure she deserved to. The next morning, she walked to the post office on 4th Street before the city had fully woken. The air was cool and damp, and smelled of horse manure and coal smoke, and the streets were still quiet except for the milkman's cart and a stray dog nosing through the gutter. She handed the letter to the clerk behind the counter and watched him weigh it, stamp it, and drop it into the canvas mailbag bound for Points West. It disappeared among dozens of other letters, swallowed up like a pebble dropped into a river, and Katherine stood at the counter for a moment longer than was necessary, pressing her hand against her stomach as though the child inside could feel what she had done. She walked back to the boarding house in the gray morning light, with her head down and her hands clasped in front of her. She had sealed a bargain built on one deliberate omission, one lie of silence, one truth left unwritten. She told herself it was for the child. She told herself it was for survival. She told herself that any mother in her position would have done the same. But she did not tell herself it was right. Because Katherine Palmer was many things: desperate, stubborn, frightened, alone. But she was not fool enough to believe that a lie could be made righteous simply because it was necessary. The letter was gone. The deed was done. And whatever came of it, she would have to live with the consequences. She pressed her hand once more against the curve of her belly, where the child, Daniel's child, her child, stirred faintly, like a whisper from a world she had not yet learned to navigate. "We will be all right," she said quietly to no one in particular. She was not at all certain she believed it. Chapter 2. Katherine sold all that she owned on a Tuesday. She started with her mother's china, a set of 6 teacups and saucers with a pattern of blue cornflowers that her mother had carried from Virginia to Missouri in a trunk lined with straw. The china had survived 2 moves, a flood, and 20 years of careful handling, and Katherine parted with it at a second-hand shop on Locust Street for 75 cents, which was less than the cups were worth, and more than she had any right to expect. The pocket watch went next. It had been Daniel's, a brass timepiece with a dented case that he had worn every day since his father gave it to him at 16. The pawnbroker on 3rd Avenue turned it over in his fingers, clicked it open, listened to the mechanism, and offered $1.25. Katherine took it without bargaining. She did not have the energy for bargaining, and she did not want to stand in the pawnbroker's dusty shop any longer than necessary, watching a stranger handle the last physical trace of her husband's daily life. Her winter coat fetched 60 cents. 2 dresses she could not fit into brought another 40. A pair of leather boots with a cracked sole brought 15 cents from a rag-and-bone man who seemed to think he was doing her a favor. By the end of the day, she had assembled enough money to buy a one-way train ticket to Portland, Oregon, with a few dollars remaining for meals along the route. It was not enough to be comfortable. It was barely enough to survive the journey. But it was a ticket, and a ticket was a direction, and a direction was more than she had possessed the day before. She packed what remained of her life into a single carpet bag: 2 dresses, her undergarments, a comb, a Bible, a small bundle of dried herbs wrapped in muslin, and the letter she had received from Jasper Hardwick 3 weeks after posting her own. His reply had arrived on a Monday morning, and she had read it while standing in the hallway of the boarding house with her back against the wall, and her heart beating so hard she could feel it in her fingertips. It was written in a plain, square hand on rough paper, and it was the most unromantic letter she had ever received in her life. "Mrs. Palmer," it began. Not "Dear Mrs. Palmer," not "My dear Katherine," just Mrs. Palmer, as though he were addressing a business associate rather than a prospective wife. He wrote that he had a ranch in the Willamette Valley, that he raised horses, that the work was hard and the winters were long. He wrote that he required a wife who was capable, practical, and willing to earn her keep. He wrote that he did not care for idle chatter, fashionable dress, or any of the refinements of city life. He wrote that if she was serious in her intentions, she should come to Creekside, Oregon, where the preacher would marry them upon her arrival. He did not write that he was looking forward to meeting her. He did not write that her letter had pleased him. He did not write a single word that suggested he regarded this arrangement as anything more than a practical transaction between two people who needed something from each other. "I require a wife who does not complain," he wrote near the bottom of the page. And Katherine had stared at that sentence for a long time, wondering what kind of man felt the need to include such a stipulation in a letter to a woman he had never met. She read the letter again now, sitting on the edge of the narrow bed in her room at Mrs. Hartley's, turning the rough paper over in her hands. She had read it 100 times, and it never changed. It never warmed. It never offered anything beyond the bare facts of a life that needed a woman to help sustain it. But it was an offer, and it was more than anyone else had given her. The next morning she paid Mrs. Hartley what she could, $4 against the 12 owed, and received in return a look of contempt that would have withered a hardier woman. She did not say goodbye to anyone except Bessie, who pressed a packet of dried biscuits into her hands at the front door and told her to write as soon as she was settled. "You are braver than you think," Bessie said, and squeezed her hands so tightly that Katherine's knuckles ached. "Now go, before I start crying and make a spectacle of us both." The train station was a great hall of iron and glass that echoed with the shouts of porters, the hiss of steam, and the low rumble of engines waiting to depart. Katherine found the platform for the westbound train and handed her ticket to the conductor, who glanced at it, glanced at her, and jerked his thumb toward the rear of the train without a word. Third class was a single car coupled to the end of a freight train, fitted with wooden benches and small, grimy windows. The air inside smelled of sawdust, coal smoke, and the lingering traces of livestock that had occupied the car on a previous run. Katherine found a bench near the back, set her carpetbag on her lap, and watched through the clouded glass as the platform slid away and the city of St. Louis shrank behind her, its smokestacks and church spires dissolving into the gray haze of distance until there was nothing left but sky. She shared the car with a minister's wife named Mrs. Pruitt, a thin woman with sharp eyes and a ceaseless talent for conversation. Mrs. Pruitt was traveling to join her husband at a mission in Idaho and seemed to regard the journey as an opportunity to deliver sermons to anyone within earshot. "The frontier is no place for a woman alone," Mrs. Pruitt declared on the first morning, studying Katherine with the frank appraisal of someone accustomed to making judgments about others. "I trust you have someone meeting you?" "My husband," Katherine said, and the word tasted strange in her mouth. Not quite a lie, not quite the truth. Jasper Hardwick was not yet her husband, but he would be. That was the arrangement. She would arrive and they would marry, and the word husband would become fact instead of forecast. Mrs. Pruitt's gaze dropped to Katherine's midsection and lingered there a moment too long. Katherine pulled her shawl tighter across her body and turned toward the window, her pulse quickening. She was 4 months along now, and the evidence was becoming harder to disguise. The loose cut of her traveling dress still concealed the worst of it, but she could feel the roundness pressing against the fabric when she sat, and she knew that a woman with Mrs. Pruitt's sharp eyes might see what she was trying so desperately to hide. Well, that is reassuring, Mrs. Pruitt said at last, in a tone that suggested she was not entirely reassured. A woman needs a man's protection in the territories. The Lord did not design us for solitude. Catherine smiled politely and did not remark, and after a while, Mrs. Pruitt turned her attention to a worn copy of a hymnal and left Catherine to the silence of her own thoughts. The journey took 3 weeks. 3 weeks of wooden benches and dusty windows and stops at water stations in the middle of nowhere, where the engine drank its fill from iron cranes while the driver and his boy restocked the tender with cords of split wood. 3 weeks of stale bread and dried biscuits and thin coffee, purchased at platform counters during brief layovers in towns whose names she forgot as soon as the train pulled away. The landscape changed so slowly that Catherine sometimes felt she was standing still while the world moved past her. The flat farmland of Missouri gave way to the rolling grasslands of Kansas, which gave way to the vast and terrifying emptiness of the plains, where the horizon stretched in every direction without interruption, and the sky was so wide it made her feel small in a way that had no bearing at all on physical size. She had never been west of St. Louis. She had never seen land that was not broken into city blocks or farm plots or bordered by fences and hedgerows. The openness of the plains unsettled her in a way she could not entirely explain. It was as though the land itself was daring her to cross it, and she was not at all certain she was equal to the challenge. The mountains came next. The Rockies, rising out of the flat earth like the spine of some ancient beast. The train labored through passes where the snow still clung to the peaks, and the air turned sharp and thin, and Catherine pressed her face to the glass and stared at a world so different from all that she had known that it might as well have been another country. Each day, she took out Jasper's letter and read it again, not because she expected to find new content, but because the familiar words had become a kind of anchor, a fixed point in a journey that otherwise felt like falling. I require a wife who does not complain. She traced the words with her finger and wondered if she was capable of meeting that requirement. She was not by nature a woman who complained, but she was a woman who felt deeply, and she was not sure Jasper Hardwick would know the difference. She thought about him constantly. She tried to build a picture from the sparse details of his letter. A horse rancher, a widower, a man who valued practicality above all else. She imagined a weathered face and calloused hands and a voice that matched the bluntness of his prose. She imagined a cabin and a barn and a stretch of green valley backed by mountains. She imagined standing beside him in a church and saying the words that would bind her to a stranger for the rest of her life. And she imagined the moment when he would discover what she had not told him. The moment when the loose dress could no longer disguise the truth and he would look at her with whatever expression a man wore when he realized he had been deceived. She imagined that moment every day, and every day it frightened her more than the day before. The stagecoach from Portland was the last leg of the journey, a bone-rattling ride over rutted trails that wound through forests of pine and fir so tall they blocked the sky. The air smelled different here, clean and sharp, with the scent of resin and wet earth and something green and growing that Catherine could not identify. It was not like the thick, smoky air of St. Louis in any way imaginable. It was the kind of air that made you want to breathe deeply, and Catherine did, filling her lungs with Oregon as though she could draw courage from it. The stagecoach deposited her in the small town of Creekside on a Thursday afternoon in late spring. She stepped down from the coach on legs that trembled from exhaustion and 3 weeks of travel, and she stood on the wooden sidewalk with her carpet bag in one hand and her bonnet slightly askew, blinking in the sudden brightness of a sky she had never seen before. Creekside was a single street of wooden buildings comprising a general store, a feed supplier, a small church with a whitewashed steeple, a blacksmith's forge, and a cluster of houses that stretched along the road before giving way to fields and forest. It was the smallest town she had ever seen. It was the quietest place she had ever stood. The loudest sound was the creek that gave the town its name, rushing somewhere behind the buildings with a steady, musical persistence. The air smelled of pine and rain and horses. Katherine straightened her bonnet, smoothed the front of her dress, and pressed one hand briefly against her stomach in the gesture that had become as habitual as breathing. She was here. She was in Oregon. She was about to meet the man she had promised to marry, the man to whom she had written a careful, truthful, desperately incomplete letter. She took a deep breath and braced herself. "We are here," she whispered to the child she carried, so quietly that no one but the baby could have heard. "God help us both." Chapter 3. Jasper Hardwick stood beside a mud-spattered wagon outside the general store with his hat pulled low and his arms crossed over his chest. He was watching the stagecoach with the expression of a man collecting a parcel rather than greeting a bride. Katherine saw him before he saw her. He was tall, taller than Daniel had been, with broad shoulders that strained against a work-worn shirt and dark blonde hair that fell just past his collar. His face was tanned and weathered in the way of men who spent their lives outdoors, and his jaw was strong and clean-shaven. But it was his eyes that struck her first, even from a distance. They were gray-blue, the color of river stones, and they held a stillness that was either patience or indifference. She could not tell which. He looked older than 32. The frontier had aged him the way cities aged buildings, not with neglect but with use, wearing away the softer edges until only the structure remained. And yet, there was a remarkable element in the way he stood, the absolute stillness of him, the quiet authority of a man who did not need to move to command attention, that caught her off guard. She had expected rough. She had expected plain. She had not expected the sudden, unwelcome flutter beneath her ribs that had not a thing to do with the baby, and all to do with the way the afternoon light caught the line of his jaw. She pushed the thought away. This was a business arrangement, not a romance. She would do well to remember that. She stepped down from the coach, gripping the iron rail for balance as her stiff legs protested the return to solid ground. Her best dress of pale gray cotton that she had saved for this moment was wrinkled from 3 weeks of travel and dusty from the stagecoach road, and she was painfully aware that she looked nothing like the composed and capable woman she had described in her letter. Jasper watched her step down. He did not come forward. He did not smile. He simply stood beside his wagon and waited, as though it were her responsibility to close the distance between them. Katherine picked up her carpet-bag and walked toward him, her chin lifted despite the trembling in her legs. She extended her hand when she reached him. "Mr. Hardwick, I am Katherine Palmer." He looked at her hand for a moment, then shook it once, brief and firm, with the grip of a man accustomed to working with his hands. His palm was rough and warm, and he released her almost immediately. "Mrs. Palmer." His voice was low and even, with no particular inflection. He reached past her and picked up her carpet-bag from where she had set it on the ground, placing it into the back of the wagon with a brief, efficient motion. "The wagon is this way." That was it. No greeting, no pleasantry, no "welcome to Oregon" or "I hope your journey was not too difficult." Just her name, her bag, and the direction of the wagon. Katherine climbed up onto the seat beside him with as much grace as she could manage, which was not much. The wagon bench was hard and narrow and offered no hint of comfort whatsoever, and the road that led out of town was a rutted track that wound through fields and forest with no apparent concern for the passengers' spines. They rode in silence for the first quarter of an hour. Katherine tried to start a conversation 3 times. She commented on the beauty of the valley, and he nodded once. She asked how far the ranch was, and he said, "An hour," without turning his head. She remarked that the weather was pleasant, and he made no attempt at a response. By the 4th attempt, she had run out of safe topics and was beginning to wonder whether the man beside her was capable of producing more than 2 words in sequence. The silence settled between them like a third passenger, taking up more room than either of them. Prosody writ Simmons. Katherine folded her hands in her lap and decided that if he would not speak, she would not chase him. 2 could play at silence. She had been raised by a woman who believed that quiet was a weapon, and she was not above deploying it. After several more minutes, Jasper said without turning his head, "You have gone quiet. I was under the impression that was what you preferred." He glanced at her, a quick, sidelong look that might have contained the faintest trace of surprise. "I did not say that. You did not say anything, Mr. Hardwick. That was rather the point." The corner of his mouth moved. It was not a smile. It was not even the ghost of a smile. It was the place where a smile would have been on a man who permitted himself such expressiveness. Then he turned back to the road, and the silence returned, but it sat differently now, lighter somehow, as though a small window had been cracked open in a closed room. She gripped the edge of the bench as the wagon lurched over a particularly deep rut, and a wave of nausea rose in her throat. The same sickness that had plagued her every morning for weeks and had a tendency to return at inconvenient moments. She pressed her lips together and breathed through her nose and willed her stomach to behave itself, because being sick over the side of the wagon was not the impression she wished to make on the first day of her new life. Jasper glanced at her. "You look pale." "I am fine. It is only the road." He looked at her a moment longer, then turned back to the horses without comment. Katherine was grateful he did not press the point. She was also grateful that her loose traveling dress still hid what needed hiding, though she could feel the fabric pulling tighter across her midsection with every passing week. The valley opened up around them as they rode, and despite her discomfort, Katherine could not help but stare. The Willamette Valley was the greenest place she had ever seen. Rolling hills covered in grass and wildflowers stretched toward a line of dark forest, and beyond the forest, mountains rose against a sky so blue it looked painted. The creek ran alongside the road, glinting in the afternoon light, and the air was full of birdsong and the sweet, clean smell of growth. It was beautiful. It was more beautiful than she had imagined, and she had imagined it every night for 3 weeks on the train. But it was also vast and empty, in a way that made her feel very small and very far from home. They stopped at the small, whitewashed church on the outskirts of Creekside. It sat at the edge of the road beneath a stand of oak trees, its single steeple rising above the canopy like a raised hand. Jasper pulled the wagon to a halt and climbed down without explanation. "The preacher is expecting us," he said, and it took Katherine a moment to understand what he meant. They were going to be married. Now. Today. Before she had washed her face or changed her dress, or been allowed any chance at all to prepare herself for the most important moment of her life. The preacher was a thin, bespectacled man named Reverend Hale, who greeted them at the door with a warmth that was conspicuously absent from the groom. His wife, a plump woman with flour on her apron, served as one witness. Jasper's ranch hand, a young man named Lonnie Swift, served as the other. Lonnie was lean and sandy-haired, with a gap-toothed grin, and he was the only person in the church who looked pleased to be there. The ceremony took less than 10 minutes. Reverend Hale read the vows from a worn prayer book, and Katherine repeated them in a voice that was steadier than she felt. She promised to love, honor, and obey this man. This stranger who stood beside her with his hat in his hands and his face as unreadable as stone. She promised to keep herself only unto him for as long as they both should live, and the words felt enormous in her mouth, too large for the small church and the small congregation and the strange, silent man she was binding herself to. Jasper repeated his vows in the same flat, even tone he seemed always to use regardless. He did not stumble over the words. He did not pause for emphasis. He said them the way a man might read a contract, carefully, completely, and without sentiment. When Reverend Hale pronounced them man and wife, Jasper did not kiss her. He nodded once, put his hat back on, and shook the preacher's hand. Lonnie pumped Katherine's hand with an enthusiasm that almost made up for the groom's indifference and told her she was welcome to the ranch. "You're going to like it out there," Lonnie said, beaming. "It's the prettiest piece of land in the valley, and Jasper here is a good man, even if he don't say much." "Thank you," Katherine said, and meant it, because in that moment, Lonnie Swift's gap-toothed smile was the only kindness in the room. They climbed back into the wagon and rode the remaining half-hour to the ranch in the same silence that had carried them to the church. Catherine sat with her hands folded in her lap and her new wedding ring, a simple band of gold that Jasper had produced from his shirt pocket without ceremony, catching the late afternoon light. She was married. She was Mrs. Jasper Hardwick. The thought sat inside her head like a stone in a shoe, present, unavoidable, and slightly painful. The ranch appeared as they crested a low rise, and Catherine's breath caught despite herself. It was spread across a wide, flat piece of valley floor, backed by forested hills that rose in dark green waves toward the mountains. A large barn of weathered timber stood at the center, flanked by a corral where half a dozen horses moved in the golden light. A main house larger than she had expected, with a covered porch and a stone chimney, sat on a slight rise overlooking the property. And behind the barn, set apart from the rest, was a smaller cabin with a shingled roof and a single window facing east. Jasper pulled the wagon to a stop outside the small cabin and climbed down. He lifted her carpet bag from the back and carried it inside. Catherine followed him through the door and found herself standing in a single room that was clean but bare. A bed with an iron frame stood against one wall, neatly made with a plain woolen blanket. A small table and a chair sat beneath the window. A cast-iron stove occupied one corner, its pipe rising through the ceiling. There was a shelf with a lamp, a basin, and a pitcher. And that was all. No curtains, no rug, no decoration of any kind. It was the room of a man who did not expect company. Jasper set her carpet bag at the foot of the bed and straightened. "Supper is at 6, he said, "in the main house." Catherine looked at him. She wanted to comment in some way, say thank you, or perhaps I look forward to it, or even ask if this was where she was to sleep, but before she could form the words, he turned and walked out the door without looking back. She stood alone in the cabin, listening to his boots crunch on the gravel as he walked away. The room smelled of fresh-cut wood and linseed oil. A shaft of sunlight came through the single window and fell across the bare floor in a bright, angular stripe. Catherine set her carpet bag on the bed and sat down beside it. The springs creaked beneath her weight. She looked around the small, empty room that was now her home, and she thought about the life she had left behind. The boarding house, the crowded streets, the sound of the city that never quite stopped. Then she thought about the life that lay ahead of her in this quiet place, where the loudest sound was the wind, and the nearest neighbor was miles away. She was married to a man who had not yet spoken a complete sentence to her. She was carrying a child her husband did not know about. She was 3,000 miles from the only life she had ever known, and there was no going back. She pressed her hand against her belly and felt the baby stir, a faint flutter like wings beneath her skin. "Well," she said aloud to the empty room and the child and the distant sound of horses, "here we are." She did not cry. She wanted to, but she did not. There would be time enough for tears later, when the strangeness of it all had settled, and the full weight of what she had done came to rest upon her shoulders. For now, she unpacked her carpet bag, hung her 2 dresses on the nails she found driven into the wall behind the door, and set about making the small, bare cabin feel, if not like home, then at least like a place where a woman might survive. Chapter 4. Catherine woke before dawn to a sound she did not recognize. It took her a moment to place herself. The narrow bed, the bare walls, the faint smell of wood and linseed oil. Oregon. The ranch. She was in Oregon, on a horse ranch in the Willamette Valley, and the sound that had woken her was the nickering of horses in the corral outside her window. She rose and dressed quickly in the gray light, pulling on her plainest dress and pinning her dark brown hair beneath her bonnet with the practiced speed of a woman who had learned that mornings were for working, not primping. Her mother had taught her that. Her mother had taught her a great many useful lessons, and Catherine had never been more grateful for those lessons than she was now, standing in a strange cabin in a strange land, preparing to face a day she had no idea how to navigate. She opened the cabin door and stepped outside, and the valley took her breath away. The ranch sprawled across a stretch of green bottomland that seemed to glow in the early light. The grass was still wet with dew, and the mountains beyond the forest were tipped with gold where the rising sun caught their peaks. Mist hung in the low places along the creek, drifting in thin white scarves that dissolved as the air warmed. Horses moved in the corral, 6, 7, perhaps 8 of them, their coats gleaming in shades of bay and chestnut and black. It was the most beautiful place she had ever seen. It was also the most terrifyingly quiet place she had ever stood. No carriages, no voices, no factory whistles, no hawkers calling their wares on street corners. Just birdsong, the creek, the wind in the grass, and the soft thud of hooves on packed earth. Katherine crossed the yard to the main house, her boots leaving dark prints in the dewy grass. The house was bigger than it had appeared from the road, a solid timber structure with a covered porch, a stone chimney, and windows that looked out over the valley in 3 directions. She climbed the porch steps and knocked, then pushed the door open when there was no answer. The kitchen was warm. Someone had already stoked the stove, and the iron top was hot enough to shimmer. Katherine found the pantry stocked with flour, oats, salt, dried beans, and slabs of salt pork wrapped in muslin. A cast-iron pot hung on a hook beside the stove. A coffee grinder sat on the shelf, and beside it, a tin of coffee beans. She set about making breakfast with the determination of a woman who understood that first impressions were made in kitchens as much as in parlors. She measured out oats and put them on to cook, grinding the coffee beans and setting the pot on the stove to boil. She was not, by any honest measure, a gifted cook. Her mother had been the cook in their household, and Katherine had learned by watching rather than doing, which meant she understood the theory far better than the practice. The oatmeal began to thicken, and she stirred it carefully, mindful of the heat. But the stove was hotter than she expected, and the oats were coarser than she was used to. And somewhere between checking the coffee and searching for bowls, the porridge caught the bottom of the pot and began to scorch. She smelled it before she saw it, the sharp, bitter smell of burned grain. She grabbed the pot handle and yanked it off the heat, but the damage was done. The oatmeal had gone from creamy to gluey to charred in the space of a few minutes, and the bottom of the pot was coated in a layer of blackened crust that would take an hour of scrubbing to remove. Lonnie appeared at the kitchen door just as she was scraping the salvageable portions into bowls. He was dressed for work in a dusty shirt and leather chaps, his sandy hair sticking up at angles that suggested he had not troubled himself with a comb. "Morning, Mrs. Hardwick," he said with his easy grin. "Something smells. Interesting." "It is oatmeal," Katherine said, with more confidence than the oatmeal deserved. Lonnie sat down at the table and took a spoonful. He chewed carefully, his expression cycling through surprise, concern, and a diplomatic neutrality that spoke well of his character. He set down his spoon, took a long drink of coffee, and smiled. It's got a real good smoky flavor to it," he said. "Like campfire cooking." "You do not have to eat it, Mr. Swift." "Lonnie, and I've eaten worse, ma'am. Trust me on that." He took another spoonful, and Katherine noticed he did not take a third. Jasper came in from the barn a few minutes later, his shirt sleeves rolled to the elbows and hay clinging to his trousers. He sat down at the table without greeting, picked up his spoon, and ate the entire bowl of scorched oatmeal without expression, without pause, and without a single comment. He scraped the bowl clean, drained his coffee, and stood. He had tasted worse on trail rides. That was what he told himself. He had not eaten it because the woman had cooked it, or because she was standing at the stove with flour on her cuffs and a look on her face that said she already knew it was terrible and was braced for the verdict. He had eaten it because a man did not waste food. That was all. "I will be in the lower pasture today," he said to Lonnie, not to Katherine. "The bay filly needs her hooves trimmed." He set his bowl in the basin and walked out. Katherine stood at the stove holding a dishcloth, staring at the space where her husband had been. He had eaten every bite. He had not complained. He had not complimented her either, but she supposed that one could not reasonably compliment a bowl of burned oatmeal. The absence of complaint would have to serve as praise. But he had eaten it, every last spoonful. The man who spoke to horses in a voice like velvet and addressed his wife in monosyllables had scraped his bowl clean without so much as a wince, and there was substance in that small, stubborn, protective, almost gallant act that caught Katherine entirely off guard. "Oh," she thought, And then, more cautiously, "Do not read kindness into silence, Catherine. You will only disappoint yourself." After breakfast, Jasper appeared at the cabin door and assigned her tasks for the day. He spoke in the same flat, practical tone that was typical of him, listing her duties the way he might list supplies for a trip to town. "The chickens need feeding. Grain is in the bin by the coop. The kitchen garden wants weeding. It has gone to seed since I have had no one to tend it. There is harness leather in the barn that needs mending. Lonnie will show you the stitching." He paused, as though considering whether to add something, then did not. He turned toward the corral. "Mr. Hardwick." He stopped. "Is there any task on that list you imagine I cannot do?" Catherine asked. She kept her voice mild, but she held his gaze and did not blink. He looked at her for a long moment, during which she noticed a movement behind his eyes that she could not identify. Then he said, "I imagine we will find out," and walked away. It was not a compliment, but it was not a dismissal either, and Catherine tucked it away like a coin found in the road. Small, unexpected, and worth saving. Catherine spent the morning discovering how little she knew about ranch life. The chickens were not the docile, cooperative creatures she had imagined. They were loud, aggressive, and possessed of a malicious intelligence that seemed specifically designed to humiliate newcomers. A red hen pecked her hand hard enough to draw blood when she reached for the eggs. A rooster chased her across the coop yard with such fury that Lonnie had to rescue her, laughing so hard he could barely walk. Scent. The kitchen garden was a patch of earth behind the main house that had once been productive and was now overrun with weeds so thick they had choked out all the growth except a few hardy onion stalks and a bush of rosemary that seemed to be surviving out of sheer stubbornness. Catherine knelt in the dirt and pulled weeds until her back ached and her hands were raw, and by noon she had cleared perhaps a quarter of the plot. The harness leather defeated her entirely. Lonnie brought her a bridle with a broken strap and showed her how to punch holes with an awl and stitch the leather with waxed thread, and Catherine tried. She tried with the fierce concentration of a woman who refused to be beaten by a strip of cowhide, but the awl slipped and the thread tangled, and her blistered fingers could not grip the needle firmly enough to push it through. By the end of the day, her hands were a mess. The blisters from the garden were joined by cuts from the awl and pecks from the chickens, and the skin across her palms was angry red and tender to the touch. She hid the damage beneath her sleeves when she went to the main house to prepare supper, not wanting Jasper to see and judge her as the helpless city woman she was terrified of becoming. Supper was beans and salt pork, which was harder to ruin than oatmeal, and came out edible if uninspired. They ate at the kitchen table. Catherine, Jasper, and Lonnie, in a silence that felt less uncomfortable than the mornings, if only because Catherine was too exhausted to attempt conversation. After supper, she washed the dishes in a basin of water heated on the stove, and then she walked across the yard to the barn because the lamp was still burning and she was not ready to face the empty cabin alone. She found Jasper in the barn, standing in a stall with a tall bay mare. He was grooming her with long, slow strokes of a bristle brush, and his stern, unreadable stone-wall face was transformed, not by a smile exactly, but by a softer look, a loosening, as though the muscles he kept tensed all day had finally been given permission to relax. And his voice. Catherine stopped in the barn doorway and listened to him speak to the mare in a low, steady murmur that bore no resemblance to the clipped, sparse sentences he offered to human beings. He was telling the horse about the weather tomorrow, about the grass in the south pasture, about a fence post that needed replacing. He spoke to the horse the way some men spoke to God, quietly, honestly, and without any expectation of being overheard. Catherine stood in the doorway for a long moment, watching the man who spoke more tenderly to his horses than he had yet spoken to his wife, and feelings she had not expected to have rose inside her. Not anger, not resentment. More like curiosity, feelings that whispered, "Who are you, Jasper Hardwick? And what happened to you that made it easier to talk to a horse than to a woman?" She slipped away before he saw her and walked back to the cabin in the fading light. That night, she sat on the bed and wrote a letter to Bessie by the glow of the oil lamp, describing the ranch in bright, cheerful terms she did not feel. She wrote about the mountains, the green valley, and the beautiful horses. She wrote that the house was clean and the air was fresh, and that her husband was a hard-working man of few words. She did not write about the burned oatmeal, or the aggressive chickens, or the blistered hands she was hiding under her sleeves. She did not write about the silence at the supper table, or the empty ring of her husband's vows, or the small bare cabin where she slept alone. She did not write that she had married a man who treated her with the same courteous indifference he might extend to a new piece of furniture. She set down her pen and pressed her face into the pillow, and she cried as quietly as she could, because the walls of the cabin were thin and the night was still, and she would rather die than let Jasper Hardwick hear her weep. The child stirred inside her, and she pressed her hand against her belly and whispered, "I know. I know. We will manage. We always do." But the pillow was wet when she finally slept, and her dreams were full of St. Louis and rain and a river that kept rising no matter how far she ran. Chapter 5. The morning was bright and warm, the kind of late spring day that made the valley shimmer with green and gold, and Katherine was hauling water from the well when the world tilted sideways. She had been at the ranch for 2 weeks, 2 weeks of early mornings and sore hands and silent suppers, 2 weeks of learning the rhythms of a life that was different in every way from the one she had left behind. She had learned to feed the chickens without getting pecked, most of the time, and to cook oatmeal without burning it, most of the time, and to weed the garden with something approaching efficiency. She had even begun to make headway with the harness leather, though her stitching was crooked and Lonnie had to redo most of it when he thought she was not looking. She had also begun to show. The change had accelerated in the past week, as though the baby had decided that concealment was no longer an option and was making its presence known with increasing insistence. Katherine's belly had rounded noticeably, pressing against the fabric of her dress in a way that even the loosest cut could not entirely disguise. She had taken to wearing her shawl wrapped around her midsection at all times, even in the warmth of the kitchen, and she had begun avoiding Jasper whenever possible, which was not difficult, given that he spent most of his days in the barn or the pastures and seemed content to leave her to her own business. But she could not avoid him forever. She knew that. She had known it since the day she sealed the letter in St. Louis, and the knowledge sat inside her like a clock ticking down to an hour she dreaded. The well stood at the edge of the yard between the barn and the kitchen garden. It was a deep well with a stone rim and a windlass, and the bucket was heavy even when empty. Katherine lowered it, heard the distant splash, and began to crank the handle to haul it back up. The dizziness hit her without warning. One moment she was turning the handle, the next, the world swam, and black spots bloomed across her vision like ink dropped into water. Her knees buckled. She grabbed for the well post and missed, and the bucket handle slipped from her fingers, and the windlass spun backward with a shriek of metal on wood. She went down hard, catching herself on one knee and one hand, her head spinning and her vision narrowing to a bright, pulsing tunnel. The ground tilted beneath her. The sky tilted above her. The baby kicked hard, as though protesting the sudden descent, and Katherine gasped and pressed her hand against her belly and tried to breathe. She heard boots on gravel, fast, heavy, purposeful. Jasper was beside her in 3 strides. He crouched and caught her arm to steady her, his grip firm and sure, and his other hand went to her side to support her weight. And then his hand stopped. His palm had pressed against the curve of her belly, where the fabric pulled tight across the unmistakable swell beneath it. She felt his fingers stiffen. She felt the shock travel through his body like a current through water. A sudden, physical jolt that had nothing to do with the dizziness and everything to do with what his hand had just discovered. He released her arm and stepped back. The distance he put between them in that single step was greater than the few feet of gravel that separated their bodies. It was the distance of betrayal, of understanding, of a trust that had been offered cautiously and was now being withdrawn at speed. He stared at her midsection. His gray-blue eyes, those river-stone eyes that had given away so little in the 2 weeks she had known him, were wide now, and the expression on his face was one Katherine would remember for the rest of her life. It was not anger, not yet. It was the look of a man watching what he had built begin to collapse and knowing he was powerless to stop it. The realization crossed his face like a shadow passing over open ground, slow, certain, and darkening all that it touched. He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. Katherine straightened. It cost her everything she had, every ounce of stubborn pride she possessed, but she straightened and met his eyes and did not look away. If this was the moment, then she would face it standing. "I am 4 months along," she said. Her voice was quiet but steady. She would not stammer. She would not beg. "My husband drowned before he knew about the child." Jasper remained quiet. The silence stretched between them like a wire drawn taut. The horses moved in the corral behind him. A bird sang somewhere in the trees along the creek. The world went on about its business while the two of them stood at the well, separated by 3 feet of gravel and a lie that had finally run out of room to hide. Katherine watched his jaw tighten. She watched his hands curl into fists at his sides. She watched the muscles in his shoulders bunch and lock, and she understood with absolute clarity that the man in front of her was fighting something. Not her, but himself. Fighting the impulse to say what he could not take back. Fighting the anger that was building behind his eyes like storm clouds massing on the horizon. He turned on his heel and walked toward the barn. He did not run. Jasper Hardwick was not a man who ran. He walked with the measured, deliberate stride of a man who needed to put distance between himself and a situation before the situation became destructive. Katherine heard the barn door slam. A moment later, she heard a crash. The unmistakable sound of something hard striking the interior wall. A feed bucket, perhaps, or a wooden stool. Something that could absorb the force of a man's rage without breaking permanently. Then, silence. Katherine stood at the well for a long time. The dizziness had passed, but her legs felt weak and hollow, as though the bones had been removed and replaced with a softer substance. She gripped the well post with both hands and breathed. She had known this moment would come. She had rehearsed it in her mind 100 times on the train, 100 more in the cabin at night. She had imagined his anger, his disgust, his cold dismissal. She had imagined him turning her out immediately, pointing toward the road and telling her to walk back to wherever she came from. But she had not imagined the look on his face. That look of dawning understanding, slow and terrible, like watching a lamp go out. She had hurt him. Not just angered him, or inconvenienced him, or complicated his plans. She had hurt him in a place that was already wounded, a place where someone else had already done damage, and the knowledge of that sat in her chest like a fist. She cranked the windlass until the bucket rose dripping from the depths. She carried it to the kitchen with hands that shook only slightly, and she set it on the counter and stood there in the empty room, listening to the silence that had settled over the ranch like a blanket of new snow. Jasper did not appear for the rest of the day. Lonnie came to the house at noon for dinner, and he looked at Katherine's face and asked no questions, which told her that he either knew or guessed or had been told. He ate his meal quietly, complimented her biscuits with genuine warmth, and went back to work without pressing her for details. She was grateful for that. She was more grateful than she could express, because if Lonnie had been kind to her in that moment, truly openly kind, she would have broken, and she could not afford to break. Not yet, not until she knew whether she still had a roof over her head. The afternoon passed in a haze of work and dread. Katherine weeded the garden because it was there and it needed doing, and because pulling weeds was the kind of mindless physical labor that kept her hands busy while her mind raced. She thought about what she would say when Jasper came to her. She thought about what he would say. She thought about the road back to Creekside, and the stagecoach to Portland, and the train to St. Louis. And she thought about arriving back at Mrs. Hartley's boarding house, pregnant and penniless and defeated, and the thought made her hands shake so badly she had to stop weeding and grip her knees until the trembling passed. She would not go back. She could not. There was nothing to go back to. Whatever Jasper decided, she would not go back. The sun sank behind the mountains and the valley filled with shadow, and Katherine went to the main house and prepared supper for 3. She set the table with the same careful attention she had brought to every meal since her arrival. Clean plates, clean cups, a pot of coffee on the stove, a dish of beans and cornbread that was the best she could manage with what the pantry held. She set 3 places. She waited. Lonnie came and ate in silence. Jasper did not come. Katherine sat at the table and looked at the empty place she had set for her husband. She looked at the clean plate, the folded napkin, the cup turned upside down, and she felt the weight of his absence more heavily than she had felt his presence in all the days since her arrival. She washed the dishes, she wiped the table, she banked the fire in the stove and hung the dishcloth on the hook beside the door. Then she walked back to the cabin through the darkness, her hand pressed against her belly, and she lay down on the narrow bed fully clothed and stared at the ceiling and listened to the wind against the walls. She did not sleep. She rehearsed explanations. She discarded them. She built arguments, tore them down, built new ones. She tried to find words that would make him understand. Not forgive. She was not asking for forgiveness, but understand. Understand that she had been alone and afraid and carrying a child with no money and no family and no way forward except the one she had taken. But every argument she constructed crumbled against the same immovable wall. She had lied. Not in words, perhaps, but in silence, which was no different, really. She had married a man under false pretenses, and no amount of explanation could change that fundamental fact. The night was long and very dark, and Katherine lay awake through all of it, her hand on her belly and her eyes on the ceiling, waiting for a dawn that felt like it might never come. Chapter 6. Jasper did not come to the cabin that night, nor did he appear for breakfast the next morning. Katherine cooked oatmeal. Properly this time, stirred low and slow the way she had finally learned. She set 3 places at the kitchen table. Lonnie came in from the barn, sat down, and ate with the cheerful efficiency of a young man who had learned not to waste food or daylight. He did not mention Jasper's absence, and Katherine did not ask. She poured coffee into Jasper's cup and set it at his place, and the steam rose and curled and faded while the seat remained empty. After breakfast, she washed the dishes, swept the kitchen floor, and went to the garden. The work steadied her. It always had. Her mother used to say that a woman could think her way through any problem if she gave her hands a useful task to do, and Katherine's hands were never more useful than when they were wrist-deep in soil, pulling weeds and turning earth and coaxing green growth from its depth. She was on her knees among the onion rows when she heard his boots on the gravel. She knew the sound of his walk by now, heavy, measured, deliberate, the walk of a man who did not hurry and did not hesitate. She straightened, wiped the dirt from her hands on her apron, and turned to face him. Jasper stood at the edge of the garden, with his arms at his sides and his jaw set in a hard line. He had not slept either. She could see it in the shadows beneath his eyes and the tight, drawn look around his mouth. He looked like a man who had spent the night arguing with himself and had not come to a satisfactory conclusion. "We need to talk," he said. Katherine stood and brushed the soil from her skirts. "Yes," she said, "we do." They faced each other across the low fence of the kitchen garden, with the morning sun behind Jasper's head and the mountains rising behind them both. The distance between them was perhaps 4 feet, but it felt like a canyon. Jasper spoke first. His voice was low and tight, the voice of a man who was holding himself in check with considerable effort. "Trust is the only currency of any worth any on the frontier," he said. He spoke with the conviction of a man who had learned that lesson before he learned gentleness. A man who had come to this valley at 22 with little more than a horse, a rifle, and a stubbornness so thorough that the first settlers in Creekside had laid bets on how long he would last. He had built the ranch alone, plank by plank, before Ellen softened the edges of him. A man's word, a woman's word. Out here, that is all we have. There is no law worth speaking of. There is no bank that will make good on a broken promise. There is only your word and mine, and you spent every last coin of yours before you arrived." Katherine felt the words land like blows, not because they were cruel, but because they were true. He was not shouting. He was not raging. He was speaking with the measured precision of a man who had chosen each word carefully and who meant every one. "You came here knowing you were with child," he continued. "You married me knowing it. You sat across my table every night for 2 weeks knowing it, and you kept it to yourself." Katherine met his eyes. She would not look down. She would not flinch. If he was going to say this, she would stand and hear him, because she owed him that much. "I did," she said. "Why?" The question was simple. The answer was not. Katherine had rehearsed a dozen different responses in the long hours of the night, but standing here in the bright morning light, facing the man she had wronged, all of her careful speeches fell away, and what remained was the raw, unpolished truth. "Because I had no money," she said. "No family, no work, and no prospects of any. My husband was dead, and I was carrying his child, and in 4 days I was going to be turned out of my boarding house and onto the street. I wrote to you because a friend showed me your advertisement. I did not tell you about the baby because I knew with absolute certainty that if I did, you would not have me. And if you would not have me, I had nowhere to go." She paused. Her voice was steady, but her hands were shaking, and she clasped them together at her waist to still them. "I am not going to apologize for choosing survival," she said. "I would do it again. I would write that letter again, and I would omit the same truth again, because the alternative was the street, and the street would have killed my child. If that makes me dishonest, then I am dishonest. But I am alive, and my baby is alive, and I will not stand here and pretend that I regret the choice that kept us both breathing." The silence that followed was the longest of her life. Jasper stared at her. His expression was unreadable. Or rather, it was readable in too many ways at once. She saw anger in the set of his jaw and something harder behind his eyes, but she also saw, or thought she saw, a flicker of something else. What might have been recognition. As though her words had touched a nerve he had not expected to feel. He exhaled slowly, and some of the tension left his shoulders, though not all of it. Not nearly all of it. "I am not a man who turns a pregnant woman out," he said at last. His voice had changed. It was still hard, but lower, quieter, as though the anger had settled from a boil to a simmer. "You may stay through the winter. I will not have it said that Jasper Hardwick put a woman and a child on the road." He paused, and when he spoke again, each word carried the weight of a door being locked. "But I promise you no more than that. I married you in good faith. You did not extend me the same courtesy. I will keep my end of the arrangement because that is what I do. But whatever this is," he gestured between them with a brief, hard motion, "it is not what I agreed to. And until I decide what it is, you will have a roof and meals and no more." Katherine nodded. It was the only response she could manage that would not dissolve into what she could not control. She nodded once, firmly, and held his gaze for one more moment, long enough to show him that she heard him, that she understood him, and that she accepted his terms without surrendering her own. "Thank you," she said, and meant it, though the words burned on the way out. Jasper held her gaze for a heartbeat longer, then turned and walked back toward the barn. He did not look back. He did not slow down. He walked with the same heavy, measured stride that carried him everywhere, and Katherine stood at the garden fence and watched him go. When he was out of sight, she walked to the cabin and closed the door behind her. She pressed her back against the wood and slid down until she was sitting on the floor with her knees drawn up as far as her belly would allow. One hand went to her stomach, the other clenched into a fist at her side, the nails digging into her palm hard enough to hurt. She was shaking. Not with fear, she had faced worse than an angry man and his justified accusations, but with the effort of holding herself together through a conversation that had required every scrap of composure she possessed. She had not cried, she had not begged, she had not wilted or wavered or collapsed into the kind of helpless femininity that would have made it easier for him to dismiss her. She had stood her ground and spoken the truth. All of it, this time. And she had accepted his terms with dignity. But the terms were hard, a roof and meals, and no more than that. The words echoed in the small cabin like a sentence passed down from a bench. She was to be tolerated, housed, fed, but not trusted, not wanted, not anything beyond a problem that Jasper Hardwick was too decent to put out in the cold. Katherine sat on the floor of the cabin until the shaking stopped. Then she stood, washed her face in the basin, straightened her dress, and went back to the garden. The weeds would not pull themselves. The beans would not plant themselves. The child inside her would not feed itself. And Katherine Hardwick, she corrected herself, though the name still felt borrowed, had never in her life let despair stop her from doing what needed doing. She knelt in the dirt and went back to work. That evening, she set 3 places at the table as she always did. She cooked a supper of stewed salt pork and beans with wild onions from the garden, and she set the pot in the center of the table with a plate of biscuits she had managed not to burn. Jasper came to supper. He sat down without speaking, ladled stew into his bowl, and ate. Lonnie sat across from him and talked enough for both of them, filling the silence with a running commentary about a fence post that needed replacing and a mare that had thrown a shoe. Katherine ate quietly and did not attempt to join the conversation. When supper was over, Jasper rose and carried his bowl to the basin. He paused at the door, and for a moment Katherine thought he might say something. Anything, but he only pulled his hat from the peg and walked out into the evening. The door closed behind him, and the silence returned. Katherine cleared the table, washed the dishes, and banked the stove. She walked back to the cabin in the last light of the day and sat on the bed with her hands folded in her lap and her eyes on the single window that framed a sky full of stars she did not yet recognize. She was still married. She still had a roof. She still had work. And in the morning, she would rise before dawn and start again, because that was what women like her did. They started again. They always started again. She pressed her hand against her belly, where the baby turned and settled. "He is a hard man," she whispered, "but he is not a cruel one. That will have to be enough for now." She blew out the lamp and lay down in the darkness, and she listened to the wind against the cabin walls and the distant sound of horses in the corral, and she told herself that she could endure this. She had endured worse. But as she lay there, staring at the ceiling she could no longer see, she could not help but wonder how long a person could live in a house with someone who had promised them no more than that, and whether no more than that was truly better than what she had left behind. Chapter 7. 2 weeks passed in a careful routine that neither Katherine nor Jasper acknowledged by name, but both observed with the rigid discipline of people who understood that structure was all that remained that was keeping the peace. Katherine rose before dawn every morning, dressed in the gray light, and crossed the yard to the main house to start the stove and prepare breakfast. Her cooking had improved steadily, not out of natural talent, but out of stubborn refusal to be defeated by a cast-iron stove. She had mastered biscuits, learned the temperament of the coffee pot, and could now produce a credible stew with whatever the pantry offered. She set 3 places at the table, cooked the meal, and served it without comment, and the 3 of them ate together in a silence that had become as much a part of the routine as the food itself. After breakfast, Katherine tended the chickens, worked the garden, and attended to whatever mending or cleaning the ranch required. In the afternoons, she prepared supper. In the evenings, she retreated to the cabin. The days were long and full of physical work that left her body aching and her mind too tired for the kind of circular, desperate thinking that plagued her in the night. Jasper worked the horses from sunrise to dusk. He was in the corral at first light and in the barn at last light, and in between, he rode the pastures, mended fences, and did the 100 invisible tasks that kept a horse ranch running. He came to meals. He ate what Katherine cooked. He said what needed saying: "Pass the salt, the south fence needs wire, there is flour in the pantry," and no more than that. They shared a table every evening and exchanged no more than the salt between them. It was, Katherine reflected, the strangest marriage she could imagine. They were legally bound, physically proximate, and emotionally distant, in a way that made the miles between St. Louis and Oregon seem trivial by comparison. Jasper slept in the main house. Katherine slept in the cabin. They occupied the same ranch, worked toward the same survival, and existed in separate worlds that overlapped only at mealtimes. She did not push him. She had said her piece at the garden fence, and she understood that whatever happened next would happen on his terms and his timeline. She could not force trust. She could not argue her way into a man's good graces when she had entered his life under false pretenses. All she could do was work and wait and hope that the passage of time would accomplish what words could not. Lonnie Swift, bless his gap-toothed heart, made the waiting bearable. He was the bridge between Katherine's world and Jasper's, the one person on the ranch who moved freely between them without taking sides or carrying grudges. He taught Katherine practical things with the patient good humor of a man who genuinely enjoyed helping people learn. He taught her to split kindling with a hatchet. Don't aim for the wood, aim through it. And she swung and missed and swung and missed and swung and connected, and the piece of kindling fell apart with a satisfying crack on the fourth morning. Lonnie whooped and clapped as though she had struck gold. "You're a natural," he said, grinning. "I am nothing of the sort," Katherine said, but she was smiling too, and it occurred to her that it was the first time she had smiled since arriving in Oregon. He taught her to mend fence wire without cutting her hands, to bank a stove fire so it lasted through the night, and to read the sky for weather the way a city woman might read a newspaper for news. Katherine absorbed it all with the focused determination of a student who understood that these were not skills, but survival. One morning, Jasper passed through the kitchen while Katherine was kneading bread, and he paused long enough to say, "The biscuits last night were better." It was the first unsolicited compliment he had given her. Katherine looked up, flour dusting her wrists, and said, "High praise from a man who ate my burned oatmeal without flinching." Something moved at the corner of his mouth, the barest tremor, gone before it could be called a smile. "I have eaten worse," he said, and walked out. He was halfway to the corral before he realized he had nearly smiled. He could not remember the last time his face had tried to do that without his permission. The biscuits had been better. That was a fact, not a sentiment. But the way she had answered him, quick and dry and unafraid, with flour on her wrists and that steady, measuring look in her eyes that he had not been prepared for. He put his hat on and kept walking, and he did not think about it again until supper, which was a lie he told himself and almost believed. Katherine stood at the table with her hands in the dough and her heart beating faster than 6 words warranted. One afternoon, Katherine overheard Jasper and Lonnie talking by the corral gate. She caught only fragments, a name she did not recognize, Bray, and Lonnie's voice saying, "He bought the Mellor place for half what it was worth." Jasper's reply was too low to hear, but the set of his shoulders when he walked away told her enough. There was something beyond their fences that troubled him, which he had not mentioned to her and perhaps never would. She filed the name away and did not mention it. In the quiet hours between chores, Katherine discovered a patch of wild herbs growing behind the cabin, in a sheltered spot where the morning sun hit the south-facing wall. She found yarrow and chamomile, mint and wild thyme, and a sprawling bush of lavender that had seeded itself from some long-forgotten garden. The discovery delighted her in a way that surprised her because it connected her to a part of her past that she had almost forgotten. Her mother had been a healer, not a doctor. Women did not become doctors in Katherine's world, but a woman who understood plants the way other women understood fabric or music. She had grown herbs in a small plot behind their house in Virginia and had taught Katherine to dry them, grind them, and brew them into teas and poultices and tinctures that could ease a headache, settle a stomach, or help a wound heal clean. Katherine had not practiced her mother's craft in years. There had been no space for it in the cramped rooms of St. Louis, no garden, no place to grow the things she needed. But here on the ranch, the herbs grew wild and abundant, as though the valley itself was offering her something she had lost. She began harvesting them in the late afternoons, cutting the stems with a small knife and hanging them in bundles from the rafters of the cabin to dry. The cabin, which had smelled only of wood and oil, began to smell of lavender and chamomile and mint, and Katherine breathed in the familiar scents and felt a loosening inside her chest that had been tight for months. She brewed raspberry leaf tea from the wild canes she found along the creek, good for pregnancy, her mother had always said, and drank it in the evenings while she sat at the cabin window and watched the light fade from the valley. The tea was bitter but comforting, and the act of making it, of heating the water, measuring the leaves, steeping the brew, was a ritual that connected her to a lineage of women who had survived the hardness of life by tending to the small, necessary tasks of living. One evening, as the sun was setting and the sky had turned the color of ripe peaches, Katherine was bringing in the laundry from the line behind the cabin. The sheets flapped in the warm breeze, and she stretched to unpin the last corner and felt the baby kick, a strong, decisive kick that made her gasp and press her hand to her side. She was past 4 months now, edging toward 5. The baby was growing stronger every week, and the movements had changed from the faint flutters of the early months to deliberate, purposeful shifts that she could feel even through the layers of her dress. She stood at the clothesline with her hand on her belly, feeling the life inside her, and for a moment the worry and the loneliness and the fear receded, and there was nothing but the child in the evening and the warm wind carrying the scent of grass. She turned and caught Jasper watching her from the barn door. He was standing in the shadow of the doorway, leaning against the frame with his arms folded, and his eyes were on her. Not on her face, not on her hands, on her. The whole of her, standing in the golden light with the sheets billowing around her and one hand pressed to the curve of her belly. Their eyes met. For a heartbeat, no more than that, something passed between them. Not a word, not a gesture, but something. A crack in the wall, a shift in the angle of the light, the briefest flicker of something human behind the stone. Then Jasper turned and disappeared back into the barn, and the moment was gone as quickly as it had come. Katherine stood at the clothesline for a long moment, her heart beating faster than the brief encounter warranted. She had not imagined it. She had seen something in his eyes. Not warmth, exactly, and not forgiveness, but whatever it was, suggested the wall between them was not as solid as he wanted her to believe. She went back to the cabin and told herself not to read too much into it. A man could look at a woman without it having any meaning. A man could stand in a doorway and watch the sunset, and if a woman happened to be in his line of sight, it proved nothing. But she thought about it all evening. She thought about it while she drank her raspberry leaf tea, and while she read her Bible by candlelight, and while she said her prayers kneeling on the bare floor of the cabin. She prayed for the baby. She prayed for patience. She prayed for the strength to endure a marriage without warmth, and the wisdom to know whether such a marriage could ever become more than what it was. And then she blew out the candle and lay down in the dark, her hand on her belly and her eyes on the window where the stars hung low and bright in the Oregon sky. "He watched us tonight," she whispered to the child. "I do not know what it means, but it must have meaning." She fell asleep that night more easily than she had in weeks, lulled by the wind and the distant sound of the creek and the faint, stubborn hope that something in this cold, quiet marriage was beginning, very slowly, very cautiously, to thaw. Chapter 8. Katherine made the 3-mile walk to Creekside on a Saturday morning in early June. She needed flour and thread, and she needed them badly enough to justify the walk, which was long and dusty and not particularly comfortable for a woman in her 5th month. The trail followed the creek through a stretch of forest before opening into the wide meadow that bordered the town, and Katherine walked it slowly, stopping twice to rest on fallen logs, and once to pick a handful of wild blackberries that grew along the trail. She had another reason for going to town, one she had not mentioned to Jasper or Lonnie. She needed to see a midwife. The baby was growing well. She could feel it in the steady kicks and the tightening of her belly, but she had not been examined by anyone with medical knowledge since the midwife in St. Louis had confirmed her condition 3 months ago. The practical part of her mind, the part that her mother had cultivated so carefully, insisted that a pregnant woman alone on a frontier ranch needed someone who knew about babies closer at hand than a memory. She paused at the edge of town to catch her breath and smooth her expression into something calm and unremarkable. She had learned that frontier people notice things, newcomers especially, and she did not want to arrive looking flushed and winded and 5 months pregnant, which was exactly what she was. The general store was a long, low building with a covered porch and a sign that read Brennan's Mercantile in faded red letters. The interior was dim and cool and crammed from floor to ceiling with goods, barrels of flour and sugar, bolts of cloth, tools, rope, canned goods, patent medicines, and a glass case near the counter that held candy and tobacco. Mr. Brennan was a thin man with spectacles and the carefully neutral manner of a shopkeeper who served everyone and judged no one, at least not out loud. He filled Catherine's order without comment, and she was counting coins on the counter when a voice behind her said, "You must be the new Mrs. Hardwick." Katherine turned and found herself facing a short, sturdy woman of about 55, with steel gray hair pulled into a thick braid and sharp brown eyes that seemed to see considerably more than they were shown. Her hands were weathered and strong, the hands of a woman who worked, and her face had the kind of directness that could be mistaken for hardness if you did not look closely enough. "I am," Katherine said. "And you are?" "Martha Flint. I deliver babies in this valley." She cocked her head to one side and studied Katherine with the frank, appraising gaze of a professional. "How far along are you? 5 months?" Katherine's hand went involuntarily to her belly, and her cheeks flushed. She opened her mouth to deny it. The instinct was still there, even now, but something about Martha Flint's steady gaze made denial seem both pointless and insulting. "Nearly 5, Katherine said quietly. Martha waved a hand in the air as though brushing away a cobweb. "Don't look so stricken, child. I have been delivering babies in this valley for 20 years. I can spot a pregnancy at 30 paces. The question is not whether you are expecting, but whether anyone is looking after you." Katherine hesitated. "No, not at present." Martha nodded as though this confirmed a suspicion she had already formed. "Then you will come to my house for tea and I will have a look at you. It is just around the corner. Come along." It was not a suggestion. Martha Flint, Katherine would learn, did not make suggestions. She made statements of fact disguised as invitations, and she expected compliance in the same way she expected the sun to rise, as a matter of course. Martha's house was a tidy cottage behind the church with a kitchen garden in the front and a rocking chair on the porch. The kitchen was warm and smelled of bread and dried herbs, the smell of a healer's home, familiar and comforting in a way that made Katherine's throat tighten with sudden, unexpected emotion. Martha put the kettle on, set out 2 cups, and sat Katherine down at the kitchen table with the firm but gentle authority of a woman who had been managing other people's crises for decades. "Now then," Martha said, pouring the tea with steady hands. "Tell me." Katherine had intended to give the polished version, the version she had rehearsed for strangers, recently widowed, answered an advertisement, came to Oregon for a fresh start. Simple, clean, and utterly incomplete. But Martha Flint's kitchen was warm, and her brown eyes were kind beneath their sharpness, and the tea was chamomile, the same chamomile Katherine's mother used to brew, and the combination of warmth and kindness and familiarity undid her in a way that nothing else had managed. She told the truth, all of it. For the first time since leaving St. Louis, she told someone the whole unvarnished truth. The drowning, the poverty, the discovery that she was with child, the desperation, the advertisement, the letter she had written with its one careful, deliberate omission, the journey west, the marriage, the moment at the well when Jasper's hand had found the truth she had been hiding. She told Martha about the standoff at the garden fence and the terms Jasper had laid down, a roof and meals and no more than that. She told her about the silent suppers and the separate quarters and the cold, careful distance that defined every interaction between them. Martha listened without interrupting. She did not gasp. She did not tut. She did not offer advice or judgment or sympathy. She simply listened with the focused attention of a woman who understood that sometimes the most useful thing you could do for another person was let them speak. When Katherine finished, she was embarrassed to find that her eyes were wet and her voice was unsteady. She wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand and straightened in her chair. "I am sorry," she said. "I did not intend to burden you." "It is not a burden," Martha said matter-of-factly, refilling Catherine's cup. "It is a story, and I have heard a great many stories in this kitchen, some considerably worse than yours." She took a sip of her own tea and regarded Katherine over the rim of her cup. "I knew Ellen," she said. Katherine looked up. "Ellen? Jasper's first wife. Ellen Hardwick. I delivered every baby in this valley for 20 years, but Ellen was not among them because she died before she could give him a child." Martha set her cup down carefully. "Scarlet fever took her. She was 23 years old, and she sang while she did the housework, and Jasper buried her on the hill behind the ranch under an oak tree, and he has not been the same man since." Katherine felt something shift inside her. Not the baby, but something deeper. A rearrangement of understanding. She had known Jasper was a widower. His advertisement had said as much. But knowing it in the abstract was different from hearing it spoken by a woman who had watched it happen. "He buried his heart with her," Martha continued. "That is the only way I can describe it. Before Ellen died, Jasper Hardwick was a different man. Quiet, yes, he was always quiet, but there was warmth in him. He came to town. He shook hands. He laughed, if you can believe it. After she died, he withdrew. He stopped coming to church. He stopped speaking to his neighbors. He kept the ranch going because the ranch was what he and Ellen had built together, but everything else, every human connection he had, he let die along with her." Martha paused and fixed Katherine with a look that was both compassionate and unflinching. 5 years, she said. "He has been living like that for 5 years. Alone on that ranch with nothing but horses and a hired hand, and the ghost of a woman who sang while she worked. So when he speaks to you of trust and honesty, understand that he is not only speaking about your letter, he is speaking about the fact that he took a risk, the first risk he has taken in 5 years, and it blew up in his face." Katherine stared at her tea. The surface rippled slightly from the trembling of her hands. "I did not know," she said softly. "No, you would not. He would not have told you." Martha reached across the table and patted Katherine's hand, a brief, firm gesture that was somehow more comforting than a hug. "He is a good man, Katherine. Stubborn and closed off, and as communicative as a fence post, but good. The question is whether there is enough of the man he used to be still in there for you to reach." Katherine was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "What do I do?" "You do what you are already doing," Martha said simply. "You work, you stay, you prove yourself, and you give him time. He will come around or he will not, but pushing him will only make it worse. A man like Jasper has to choose to open a door. You cannot kick it down." She stood and cleared the cups with the brisk efficiency of a woman who had dispensed her wisdom and was now moving on to practical matters. "Now then, let me examine you." The examination was thorough and professional and conducted with the same no-nonsense competence that characterized all that Martha Flint did. She checked Katherine's pulse, felt her belly, listened with her ear pressed to Katherine's skin, and declared the baby healthy and strong. "You are a solid 5 months along," Martha said, straightening. "Perhaps a touch more. The baby has a good heartbeat and is positioned well. You need to eat more. You are too thin for this stage, and you need to rest when you can. I know the ranch does not allow for much idleness, but your body is doing 2 jobs, and you must give it what it needs." She pressed a packet of dried raspberry leaf into Katherine's hands. "Brew this daily. It strengthens the womb, and I will come to check on you every few weeks, whether you ask me to or not." Katherine walked home with the packet of tea and a loaf of bread Martha had insisted she take, and the 3 miles back to the ranch felt shorter than the 3 miles out, though she could not have said why. Perhaps it was the tea. Perhaps it was the bread. Perhaps it was simply the knowledge that somewhere in this strange, quiet valley, there was a sharp-tongued woman with weathered hands and kind eyes who had looked at Katherine Palmer, Katherine Hardwick, and seen not a liar or a burden, or a problem to be solved, but a woman who was doing her best in an impossible situation. Perhaps it was the first time since arriving in Oregon that Katherine felt she had found an ally. She walked the last half-mile with the sun on her face and her hand on her belly, and Martha's words echoing in her head. He is a good man, stubborn and closed off and as communicative as a fence post, but good. Katherine thought about that for the rest of the evening. She thought about Ellen, who had sung while she worked. She thought about Jasper, who had buried his heart on a hillside 5 years ago. She thought about the risk he had taken in placing that advertisement and the way her lie must have felt to a man who had already lost everything once. And for the first time since the standoff at the garden fence, she felt something other than stubborn defiance toward the man she had married. She felt sympathy. She felt understanding. And beneath both of those, fragile and uncertain but unmistakably real, she felt hope. Chapter 9. There was a horse that would not be touched. Katherine had noticed her during her first week on the ranch, a chestnut mare penned separately from the others in a small corral behind the main barn. While the other horses moved freely in the larger paddock, grazing and socializing with the easy calm of animals accustomed to human handling, this mare stood alone with her ears flat against her skull and her eyes rolling white at every approach. Jasper had tried. Katherine had watched him from a distance, standing at the corral fence with a halter in one hand and his voice pitched low and steady, the same gentle murmur he used with all his horses. But the chestnut mare wanted none of it. She kicked at the fence rails when he came near, reared when he entered the pen, and showed her teeth with a fury that was unmistakably genuine. After 3 attempts in as many days, Jasper had left the corral shaking his head, and even his patience, which Katherine was beginning to understand was considerable, seemed to have found its limit. Lonnie fared no better. He tried approaching the mare with a bucket of oats, thinking her stomach might override her fear. But she charged the fence so violently that he dropped the bucket and scrambled over the rail with an agility that surprised both of them. "That horse is touched in the head," Lonnie declared, brushing dirt from his chaps. "Somebody hurt her bad before Jasper got her. She don't trust nothing on 2 legs." Katherine understood that. She understood it more than Lonnie could have known. It was early one morning, before dawn had fully broken, when Katherine found herself unable to sleep. The baby had been restless all night, turning and kicking with a persistence that made sleep impossible, and Katherine had given up the effort and dressed in the dark. She stepped out of the cabin into the gray half-light and stood on the threshold, breathing the cool, damp air that smelled of dew and pine. The ranch was still. Jasper was not yet up. Lonnie's bunkhouse was dark. The horses in the main corral stood with their heads lowered, dozing on their feet. Only the chestnut mare was awake, standing in her pen with her head raised and her ears swiveling toward the sound of Katherine's footsteps on the gravel. Katherine walked to the mare's corral and stopped at the fence. She did not reach over it. She did not call out or cluck her tongue or make any of the sounds she had heard Jasper use. She simply stood at the rail and breathed. Her hands resting on the top board, her body still and quiet. The mare watched her, those dark, frightened eyes fixed on Katherine with an intensity that was part suspicion and part curiosity. The ears came forward a fraction, not flat against the skull, not pinned in anger, but forward, listening. Katherine began to hum. It was a lullaby her mother had sung to her as a child, a simple melody with no words that she could remember, just a tune that rose and fell like a slow tide. She hummed it softly, barely louder than a breath, and she stood perfectly still at the fence and let the sound carry across the small corral in the gray morning air. The mare's ears came further forward. Her body, which had been rigid with tension, loosened almost imperceptibly. She took a step toward the fence, then another. Then she stopped, 15 feet away, and stood there with her nostrils flaring, testing the air for danger. Katherine kept humming. She did not move. She did not reach out her hand. She understood in the same instinctive way she understood plants and children and the currents of human emotion that this animal needed to choose, needed to come forward on her own terms, in her own time, without being pushed or pulled or tricked. Minutes passed. The sky lightened from gray to pale gold. A bird began to sing in the trees along the creek. And the chestnut mare took another step. And another. And then she was at the fence, close enough for Katherine to feel the warmth of her breath. The mare's nostrils flared, and her body quivered with the effort of staying close when every instinct was telling her to flee. She stretched her neck forward and sniffed Katherine's outstretched palm. The palm Katherine had extended slowly, without conscious thought, the way her mother used to extend a hand to a nervous child. They stood there together in the gray dawn light, two frightened creatures recognizing the familiar in one another. Katherine did not try to touch the mare's face or stroke her neck. She simply held her hands steady and let the horse breathe against her skin, and the mare's eyes, those wild, rolling, terrified eyes, grew still. "I know," Katherine whispered. "I know what it is to be afraid. I know what it is to be somewhere strange with people you do not trust, but it gets better. It does. I promise." She was talking to the horse. She was also talking to herself. A sound behind her, of the soft crunch of boots on gravel, made the mare's head jerk up, and Katherine turned to see Jasper standing at the corner of the barn. He had stopped mid-stride, one hand raised to push his hat back from his forehead, and he was staring at the scene in front of him with an expression that Katherine had never seen on his face before. It was not anger. It was not indifference. It was closer to wonder. The look of a man watching something he had believed impossible happening right in front of him. The mare snorted and retreated a few steps, but she did not bolt. She did not kick. She stood in the center of the pen and watched Katherine with her ears forward and her body tense but not panicked, and Jasper watched them both. Something shifted behind his eyes. Katherine saw it. A movement so small it might have been nothing, might have been a trick of the early light, but she did not think it was. Something in the way he looked at her changed, as though a piece of information had been added to a calculation he had been working on for weeks, and the sum had come out different from what he expected. He turned and walked on without interrupting her, his boots crunching on the gravel as he headed toward the barn, and the moment dissolved like mist in the morning sun. Jasper did not look back, but his stride had slowed. 6 months he had worked with that mare and gotten nothing but teeth and hooves for his trouble. And this woman, this quiet, stubborn, deceitful woman who had arrived on his doorstep, carrying another man's child and a lie, had walked up to the fence and done in minutes what he had failed to do in half a year. He did not know what to make of it. He did not know what to make of her. But the image stayed with him all morning, her hand extended, the mare leaning in, and the gray light making them look like a painting of a scene he had no name for. Katherine stayed at the fence for a few more minutes, humming softly. The mare watched her with those dark, cautious eyes, and when Katherine finally stepped away from the rail, the horse followed her along the fence line for 3 steps before stopping. 3 steps. It was not much, but it was a beginning. Over the following days, Katherine returned to the mare's corral every morning before dawn. By the 3rd morning, the horse was pressing her muzzle against Katherine's palm. By the 5th, Katherine was stroking the mare's neck, feeling the rigid muscles gradually soften beneath her hands. She discovered the spot behind the left ear that made the mare's lower lip droop with pleasure, and she filed the knowledge away the same way she filed her herbs, carefully, gratefully, knowing it would be needed. Lonnie watched from the bunkhouse porch one morning, his coffee growing cold in his hands, and he shook his head in amazement. "That horse hasn't let a soul touch her in 6 months," he said. "Not since Jasper bought her at the livestock auction in Salem. The man who sold her wouldn't say how she got so wild, which tells you everything you need to know about how she was treated." He paused, looking at Katherine with something like respect. "You have a way with her," he said. "Whatever you are doing, keep doing it." Katherine kept doing it. Every morning, rain or shine, she went to the corral and stood with the mare. She did not try to halter her or saddle her or ask anything of her beyond trust. She simply showed up, day after day, patient and unhurried, and she let the horse decide how close to come. And the horse came closer every day. Jasper did not mention it. He did not compliment her or acknowledge what she was doing or suggest that the mare's transformation had anything to do with his opinion of her. But Katherine noticed that he had stopped trying to work with the mare himself. He left her to Katherine now, and once, passing the corral on his way to the pasture, he slowed his stride just enough to watch Katherine stroke the mare's nose before he walked on. She named the horse Rosie, because of the pinkish blaze on her forehead that looked like a rose in certain light. It was, Katherine reflected, a small thing, a name for a horse, a hand on a frightened animal's neck. But in a life that had been stripped down to its barest essentials of work, food, silence, survival, small things mattered. Small things were the bricks from which larger things were built. And if she could earn the trust of a creature that had been hurt so badly it could not bear to be touched, then perhaps there was hope for the man in the house as well. Chapter 10. Katherine came home from the garden one afternoon and found a cradle beside the hearth. She stopped in the doorway of the cabin and stared at it, her basket of herbs forgotten in her hands. It was a wooden cradle, simply made but beautifully finished, sanded smooth until the grain shone like silk and oiled to a warm golden glow. It was just the right size for a newborn, with gently curved rockers and sides high enough to keep a baby safe. Someone had carved a small row of stars along the headboard, not elaborate, not fancy, but precise and careful and clearly done with skill. There was no note, no explanation. The cradle simply sat there, as though it had always been part of the cabin's sparse furnishings, waiting for someone to notice. Katherine set down her basket and crossed the room. She knelt beside the cradle and ran her fingertips along the smooth wood, tracing the carved stars with a touch so light it might have been a breath. The wood smelled of fresh oil and sawdust, and there was a faint warmth to it, as though it had only recently been brought in from a workshop. She thought of Jasper. She thought of his hands, the broad, calloused hands that gentled horses and mended fences and held the reins with quiet authority. She thought of those hands shaping this wood, sanding it smooth, carving those small, careful stars. She had not asked for a cradle. She had not mentioned needing one. She had not mentioned the baby at all since the confrontation at the well, because the baby was the truth that had broken his trust, and speaking of it felt like pressing on a wound. But he had built one. In silence, without being asked, without announcement or expectation of thanks, he had built a cradle for the child of a woman who had lied to him. Katherine pressed her hand against the smooth wood and felt her eyes sting. She blinked hard and drew a breath and told herself firmly that she would not cry over a piece of furniture, however beautifully made. She did not cry, but she sat beside the cradle for a long time, her hand resting on its rim, feeling the grain beneath her fingertips and thinking about the man who had made it and what it meant that he had. At supper that evening, she said nothing about the cradle. She served the stew she had made, venison this time, from a deer Lonnie had shot in the upper meadow. She set a second helping at Jasper's place and refilled his coffee cup without being asked, and Jasper ate every bite without meeting her gaze. He did not mention the cradle. She did not thank him for it. The exchange was wordless, conducted entirely through the language of food and silence. A second helping offered, a cup refilled, a plate scraped clean. It was the closest to a conversation they had shared in weeks, and not a word was spoken. Lonnie looked between them and remained quiet, though Katherine caught the ghost of a smile at the corner of his mouth. In the barn that night, Jasper ran his hands over the saddle leather he was oiling and tried not to think about the way her fingers had traced the stars on the headboard. He had carved those stars on instinct. Ellen's cradle had had stars too, though he had not thought of that until the knife was already moving. He told himself the cradle was practical. A child needed somewhere to sleep. A rancher provided what was needed. It had nothing to do with the way she hummed to the mare each morning, or the way she set a plate at his place every evening, with a quiet, undemanding steadiness that made the kitchen feel like a kitchen again instead of a room where he happened to eat. He put down the leather and stared at his hands in the lamplight, and he thought, "You are in trouble, Hardwick. You are in serious trouble." The small kindnesses continued. A few nights later, A late frost swept through the valley, and Katherine woke in the gray pre-dawn to find her breath misting in the cabin. She dressed quickly and hurried to the garden, already mourning the herb beds she had worked so hard to establish. The chamomile and lavender and mint that had become her small, private sanctuary in the vast loneliness of the ranch. But when she reached the garden, the herb beds were covered. Someone had draped burlap sacking over the tender plants, weighing the edges down with stones, and the frost that silvered the exposed ground had not touched them. Katherine stood at the edge of the garden and looked at the burlap and the stones and the footprints in the frosted grass. Large footprints, the heavy tread of a man's boots. And she understood that Jasper had been here before dawn, in the bitter cold, protecting the plants she had tended. She stood at the window of the cabin and watched the sun rise over the mountains and felt something cautious stir inside her chest. Not hope. She was not ready to call it hope. A stirring more tentative than that. A willingness to believe that the wall between them might have a door, even if neither of them had yet found the courage to open it. Katherine responded in kind. She mended a tear in Jasper's good shirt, the white cotton one he wore to town, and left it folded on the porch rail where he would find it. The next morning, he wore it without comment, buttoned all the way to the collar, carefully, and Katherine noticed and said nothing, and the silence between them shifted almost imperceptibly from cold to careful. She began leaving a plate of biscuits on the kitchen counter in the evenings, wrapped in a cloth for Jasper to find when he came in from the late barn check. The biscuits were always gone by morning. She began keeping the coffee pot warm on the stove through the evening, and Jasper began coming to the kitchen for a cup before bed. Not staying, not sitting, just pouring the coffee and nodding once in her direction before disappearing back into the house. One nod, one cup of coffee, one acknowledgement that she existed and that her effort was noticed. Katherine clung to these small things the way a drowning woman might cling to driftwood, not because they were enough, but because they were proof that the current might eventually carry her to shore. The days grew longer and warmer as June settled over the valley. The garden flourished under Katherine's care, producing onions and beans and the first small tomatoes of the season. The herb beds recovered from the frost and grew thick and fragrant, and Katherine's collection of dried herbs in the cabin expanded until the rafters were festooned with bundles of lavender, chamomile, mint, yarrow, and thyme. One evening after supper, Lonnie mentioned that old Parsons had found his well water tasting strange, brackish, with a metallic bite that had not been there before. Jasper's face hardened. He asked a few short questions, then went silent in a way that was different from his usual silence. This was the silence of a man making calculations he did not want to share. Katherine cleared the plates and said nothing, but the name she had overheard weeks ago, Bray, surfaced again in her mind, and she felt the first faint prickle of understanding that the ranch's troubles might extend beyond a cold marriage and a burned breakfast. She fell into a rhythm that was, if not happy, at least sustainable. She worked. She tended the garden, the herbs, and the chickens. She cooked meals that improved steadily. She visited the chestnut mare every morning and felt the animal's trust grow deeper with each passing day. She wrote letters to Bessie that were less cheerful than the first, but more honest, describing the beauty of the valley and the difficulty of her situation with equal measure. And she watched Jasper, not openly, not in the obvious, searching way of a woman trying to read a man's intentions. She watched him the way she watched the weather, from the corner of her eye, noting changes in the atmospheric pressure, tracking the subtle shifts that preceded larger movements. She noticed that he lingered longer at the supper table than he used to. Not much longer, 5 minutes perhaps, instead of 3, but enough. She noticed that he had begun saying good morning when he came to breakfast, which he had not done before. She noticed that when she struggled to lift the heavy water bucket from the well, a second bucket appeared on the kitchen counter, already full, and no one claimed responsibility for it. She noticed that he looked at her differently, not with warmth, not yet, but with a kind of cautious attention that was distinct from the flat indifference of the early weeks. He watched her the way a man might watch a horse he was not sure about, carefully from a distance, measuring the risk. One afternoon, Lonnie caught Katherine and Jasper almost smiling at each other across the barn. It was not a real smile. Katherine's lips had barely curved, and Jasper's expression had merely softened from its customary granite, but it was close enough that Lonnie noticed. He wisely said nothing. But Katherine heard him whistling as he walked back to the bunkhouse, and the tune, unless she was very much mistaken, was a wedding march. She stood in the barn doorway and pressed her hand against her belly, where the baby turned and kicked with increasing vigor, and she allowed herself for the first time to feel what was unmistakably and undeniably hope. It was fragile. It was uncertain. It could be destroyed by a careless word, a clumsy gesture, or 100 different complications she could not yet foresee. But it was there, green and new and growing in the thin soil of their strange, silent marriage, like one of her herbs pushing up through the frozen ground toward the light. She would tend it carefully. She would not rush it. She would give it water and sunlight and time, and she would see what grew. That was the way with living things. You planted them, and you waited, and you trusted the process even when the ground seemed too hard and the season seemed too cold, and every sign suggested that nothing could possibly survive. Katherine Palmer had spent her whole life surviving that which seemed impossible. She would survive this too. And maybe, just maybe, survival would turn into something more. Chapter 11. The town held its fall harvest dance in the church hall on the first Saturday of September, and Jasper did not want to go. This did not surprise Katherine, who had learned over the past months that her husband regarded social gatherings with the same enthusiasm most people reserved for toothaches. He had not been to town for anything beyond supplies since Katherine's arrival, and the prospect of standing in a room full of neighbors and making conversation seemed to fill him with a dread that was almost comical in a man his size. It was Lonnie who forced the issue. "Boss, people are talking," Lonnie said at breakfast, buttering a biscuit with the careful deliberateness of a man delivering unwelcome news. "They're saying you've got a new wife locked up at the ranch, like some kind of secret. Mrs. Douglas asked me at the feed store whether Katherine was real or whether you'd invented her to stop people pestering you about being alone." Jasper's jaw tightened. Let them talk. They will, and what they'll say is that Jasper Hardwick is either ashamed of his wife or hiding something, and neither story does you any good. Lonnie took a bite of his biscuit and chewed thoughtfully. "You don't have to dance. You just have to show up. An hour, maybe 2. Shake some hands. Let people see that Katherine exists and that you haven't gone completely wild up here." Katherine stayed silent during this exchange, though she privately agreed with Lonnie. She had been on the ranch for nearly 5 months and had met almost no one besides Martha Flint. The isolation suited her in some ways. She did not have to explain her situation to curious neighbors, but it also meant she had no friends, no connections, and no support beyond Martha's monthly visits. Jasper stared at his coffee for a long time. Then he said, "1 hour," and pushed back from the table and walked out, and Lonnie winked at Katherine across the empty plates. The harvest dance was held in a long, low-ceilinged hall attached to the church. Lanterns hung from the rafters, and the wooden floor had been cleared for dancing. A fiddler and a man with a squeeze box sat on chairs at one end, playing tunes that Katherine recognized from her childhood, reels and waltzes that her mother had hummed while she worked. The hall was crowded. Half the valley seemed to be there. Ranchers and their wives, children running between legs, old men in clean shirts sitting along the walls with pipes and opinions. The air smelled of cider and roasted corn, and the beeswax candles that someone had set in jars along the window ledges. Jasper stood just inside the door with his hat in his hands and his shoulders squared, looking exactly like a man who wanted to be anywhere else. Katherine stood beside him in the best dress she had left, a dark blue cotton that strained across her belly but was still respectable and tried to look as though she belonged. Several women approached them with cautious smiles and curious eyes. Katherine shook hands and answered questions with the polished manners her mother had taught her. Yes, she was from St. Louis. Yes, the journey had been long. Yes, the valley was beautiful. No, She did not miss the city. The women studied her swollen belly with expressions that ranged from sympathetic to calculating, and Katherine bore their scrutiny with a grace that cost her more than any of them would ever know. It was during a lull in the conversation that Crawford Bray arrived. He came through the door in a wave of expensive cologne and false warmth, a heavy-set man in his 50s with silver hair, a ruddy complexion, and clothes that cost more than most ranchers earned in a month. He shook hands with everyone he passed, clapping men on the shoulders and complimenting women on their dresses, and the room rearranged itself around him the way iron filings rearrange around a magnet, not because people were drawn to him, but because they could not help themselves. Katherine noticed how the other ranchers deferred to him. They smiled when he approached, laughed at his jokes, and stepped aside when he moved through the crowd. But the smiles were tight, and the laughter was quick, and the deference had the quality of behavior performed rather than felt. These men were not Bray's friends. They were his audience, and they played their parts with the careful attentiveness of people who understood the consequences of a poor performance. Bray moved through the crowd with the ease of a man who owned it, and eventually he reached Jasper. "Hardwick," he boomed, extending a large hand. "I was beginning to think you'd become a hermit. And this must be the new Mrs. Hardwick." He turned to Katherine with a smile that was wide and warm and did not quite reach his eyes. "A pleasure, ma'am, a real pleasure. I'm Crawford Bray. I have a little spread down the valley." Katherine shook his hand. His grip was soft, surprisingly so for a rancher, and his palm was smooth. These were not the hands of a man who worked his own land. "How do you do, Mr. Bray?" she said. "I do very well, thank you. Very well indeed." He turned back to Jasper, and the warmth in his voice cooled by several degrees. "Jasper, I wonder if I might have a word. I've been wanting to talk to you about your property. The valley's water access runs right through your north pasture, as you know, and I've been thinking." "Not selling," Jasper said. The two words landed in the conversation like stones dropped into a pond. Bray's wide smile went flat. The change was almost imperceptible, a tightening around the eyes, a hardening of the jaw. But Katherine saw it, and it made her skin prickle. "Now, Jasper, I haven't even made you an offer yet," Bray said, his voice still jovial but carrying an edge that had not been there a moment ago. "I'm prepared to be very generous. Above market price. It would set you up nicely somewhere else." "I said I am not selling." Jasper's voice had not changed. It was the same flat, even tone he always used. But his eyes had gone hard, and his body had shifted almost imperceptibly into a stance that Katherine recognized from the corral as the stance of a man squaring up to a challenge. Bray held Jasper's gaze for a long moment. Then he laughed, a big, warm, entirely unconvincing laugh, and clapped Jasper on the shoulder. "Well, you think about it," he said. "The offer stands. You know where to find me." He moved on, shaking more hands and buying more drinks, and the space he left behind felt colder than it should have. Martha Flint appeared at Katherine's elbow like a ghost materializing from the crowd. "I see you've met our local benefactor," Martha said quietly, her sharp brown eyes tracking Bray across the room. "He's acquired 3 neighboring ranches in the past 2 years. The Sawyers, the Mellers, and the Henderson place up by the ridge. The Sawyers sold willingly enough, but the Mellers held out for almost a year before they found their fences cut and their cattle scattered across 3 counties. They sold the next week." Katherine felt her stomach tighten. "And the Hendersons?" "Old Jack Henderson died of a fever, and his widow sold to Bray the same month. Some say the fever was convenient timing. I don't say anything because I have no proof, but I have suspicions, and in this valley, suspicions are worth more than proof." Martha sipped her cider and looked at Katherine with the frank, unflinching gaze that Katherine had come to respect. "Bray wants the water. Your husband's ranch sits on the best water access in the valley. The creek that feeds the north pasture runs down from the mountains and supplies half the grazing land for miles. Whoever controls that water controls the valley. Bray knows it, your husband knows it, and now you know it." On the ride home, the wagon jouncing over the rutted road in the darkness, Jasper stared straight ahead with his hands tight on the reins. Katherine sat beside him in silence, waiting, and for once the silence felt less like a wall and more like a held breath. "Bray has been circling this land since Ellen died," Jasper said at last. His voice was low and tight, and Katherine could hear the anger coiled inside it like a spring. "He thinks I am alone. He thinks I am weak. He thinks that if he pushes hard enough, I will break." He turned to look at her, and in the moonlight, his gray-blue eyes were fierce. "I will lose this ranch over my own grave," he said, "before I sign any deed to Crawford Bray." Katherine looked at the man beside her, this stubborn, silent, wounded man who loved his land the way other men loved their children, and she understood something she had not fully grasped before. The ranch was not just property to Jasper. It was not just land and horses and a livelihood. It was the last living piece of Ellen. It was what they had built together, what still held her memory, what gave his grief a shape and a place to live. Selling it would be like burying her a second time. "He will not have it," Katherine said quietly. "Not while I draw breath." Jasper looked at her. In the darkness she could not read his expression, but she hoped that something in his eyes softened. He turned back to the road and said no more, and they rode the rest of the way home in a silence that felt for the first time like they were on the same side of an understanding. Chapter 12. 3 days of relentless rain turned the creek into a torrent and the trails to mud, and the valley sealed itself shut. It started on a Tuesday afternoon, with clouds that rolled in from the mountains like a gray curtain being drawn across the sky. By nightfall, the rain was hammering the roof of the cabin so hard that Katherine could not hear herself think, and by Wednesday morning, the creek had risen 3 feet, and the road to Creekside was underwater. Lonnie came to the main house at breakfast, water streaming from the brim of his hat, and reported that one of the horses had developed a lame leg in the night and needed constant attention. Jasper told him to stay in the bunkhouse and tend to the animal, and Lonnie nodded and splashed back across the yard, leaving Katherine and Jasper alone in the house. Alone, in a house, with the rain coming down. For the first day, they managed the situation by simply not being in the same room at the same time. Jasper retreated to the barn after breakfast, and Katherine busied herself in the kitchen baking bread, reorganizing the pantry, and scrubbing the stove until it gleamed. The rain was so heavy that crossing the yard to the cabin seemed foolish, so she worked through the day in the main house and tried not to think about the fact that her husband was 30 feet away in the barn. Equally trapped. By the second afternoon, the rain had not eased, and the options for avoidance had been exhausted. The pantry was organized, the stove was clean, the bread was baked. Katherine sat at the kitchen table with her Bible open and her eyes on the window, watching the rain stream down the glass in silver ribbons. Jasper came in from the barn, soaked to the skin, and Katherine had a pot of coffee ready and a towel hanging by the stove. He dried his face and hands, poured himself a cup, and sat down at the table across from her. The fire crackled in the stove, the rain beat against the windows, and for the first time since their marriage, they were sitting in the same room with nothing to do and nowhere to go. Katherine waited for him to leave. He did not. He sat with his coffee and stared at the fire, and the silence stretched between them, not hostile, not cold, but full of the unsaid, of questions unasked, of the kind of pressure that builds when two people who have been circling each other for months find themselves suddenly, inescapably close. It was Katherine who broke it. "The photograph on the mantel," she said, nodding toward the small frame picture that sat above the fireplace. She had noticed it on her first day in the house, a faded image of a young woman with light hair and a gentle smile posed in front of a flowering tree. "That is Ellen." Jasper's hands tightened around his coffee cup. For a moment, Katherine thought she had overstepped, that he would rise and leave, as he had done every other time the conversation threatened to go deeper than the weather. But he did not leave. "Yes," he said, "that is Ellen." Katherine waited. She did not push. She had learned from the chestnut mare that the most powerful thing you could do with a frightened creature was simply wait. She loved this valley, Jasper said after a long pause. His voice was quieter than she had ever heard it. Not the flat, controlled monotone of his daily speech, but somehow softer, more vulnerable, as though the words were coming from a room he normally kept locked. She came from Portland. Her father was a merchant. She had no reason to love a place like this, the mud and the isolation and the work. But she did. She loved it the way some people love music. She said the valley sang to her. He paused and took a drink of coffee, and Katherine saw that his hand was not entirely steady. She sang while she worked, he continued, every morning. Hymns, mostly, but sometimes songs I did not know. She sang while she cooked, and while she hung the laundry, and while she weeded the garden. I used to hear her from the barn, and I would stop whatever I was doing and listen. He set down his cup. After she died, I heard her voice in the house for a full year. Not a ghost, not my imagination, just an echo. The sound of someone who had been here so long that the walls remembered. Katherine's throat ached. She wanted to reach across the table and touch his hand, but she did not. She understood that this moment was as fragile as glass, and any sudden movement might shatter it. "What happened?" she asked gently. "Scarlet fever. The doctor came from Salem, but there was nothing he could do. It took her in 4 days." Jasper's jaw tightened. 4 days. She went from singing in the kitchen to lying in that bed upstairs, burning with fever, and I could not do a thing to stop it. I sat beside her and held her hand and watched her die, and when it was over, I carried her up the hill and buried her under the oak tree, and I have kept this ranch alive for her ever since. He looked at Katherine, and his gray-blue eyes were raw in a way that made her breath catch. "That is why I keep the ranch," he said. "It is not stubbornness, it is not pride. It is because this is what we built. This land, these horses, this house. Ellen's hands shaped this place as much as mine. Selling it would be like losing her all over again, and I cannot do that. I have already lost her once." The rain hammered against the windows, and the fire popped in the stove, and Katherine sat across from this man who had just opened a door she had not expected him to open, and shown her a room full of grief so deep and so carefully preserved that it took her breath away. "I understand," she said softly. Jasper looked at her, really looked at her, with none of the careful distance he usually maintained. "Do you?" "Yes." She drew a breath. "Daniel, my husband, he was a good man, kind, generous, always the first to help a neighbor or buy a round at the tavern, but he was reckless. He took chances he should not have taken and made promises he could not keep, and when the river took him, I was angry as much as I was grieving." She had not told anyone this. Not Bessie, not Martha, not a soul. She had locked the anger away in the same sealed chamber where she kept all the emotions she was not supposed to feel. The resentment at being left alone, the fury at his carelessness, the bitter, shameful thought that kept surfacing no matter how many times she pushed it down, that if he had been more careful, none of this would have happened. He drowned because he went back to the loading dock during a flood to retrieve a crate of supplies that did not belong to him, she said. His foreman told him to leave it. The other men had already gone home, but Daniel went back because someone had asked him to, and the river rose faster than anyone expected, and that was the end of him. She paused. Her eyes were dry, but her voice was not entirely steady. "He died being kind to someone else," she said. "And I know that should make me proud, and it does. But it also makes me furious, because his kindness left me alone and pregnant in a city with no money and no family. And the anger I feel toward a dead man for dying is the worst feeling I have ever felt in my life." The silence that followed was unlike any silence that had existed between them before. It was not cold. It was not careful. It was the silence of two people who had just told each other the truth. And it was ugly and real and human, and now they were sitting with the weight of it. Jasper looked at her for a long time. Then he said very quietly, "I understand anger at the dead better than most." Katherine met his eyes and saw that he meant it. Not as comfort, not as sympathy, but as recognition. Two people who had loved and lost and been left behind with a fury they could not express and a grief they could not resolve, sitting at a kitchen table in the rain, seeing each other clearly for the first time. They did not speak again for a long while. They sat by the fire and listened to the rain, and the silence between them felt less like a wall and more like a bridge. Fragile, unfinished, but spanning the distance that had kept them apart for months. On the third morning, the rain eased. Katherine opened the cabin door to find a thin, watery sunlight breaking through the clouds, and the valley emerging from the gray curtain that had covered it for 3 days. The creek was still high, and the trails were still muddy, but the world was returning to itself. She crossed the yard to the main house and found that Jasper had already been to the barn and back. He was standing on the porch with his coffee, looking out at the valley, and when Katherine came up the steps, he turned and paused. "The coffee is good today," he said. It was 5 words. 5 ordinary, unremarkable words that any person might say to any other person on any given morning. But they were the first words Jasper Hardwick had spoken to Katherine that were not instructions, not terms, not an acknowledgement of debt or obligation, but simply a human being saying a kind word to another human being because the morning was bright and the coffee was warm and the rain had finally stopped. Katherine smiled, not the careful, guarded smile she had been wearing for months, but a real one, small and tentative and a little surprised at itself. "Thank you," she said. Jasper nodded once, took another sip of his coffee, and walked down the porch steps toward the barn. And Katherine stood in the doorway, watching him go, and felt the bridge between them settle, just a little, into something that might one day hold the weight of 2 people walking toward each other. Chapter 13. Martha Flint introduced Katherine to the women of Creekside at the weekly quilting circle on a gray Wednesday afternoon in late September. The circle met in the back room of the church hall, a warm, low-ceilinged space that smelled of wool and wood smoke and the coffee that someone always had ready on the stove. 8 women gathered there each week to stitch and gossip and conduct the invisible business of maintaining a community. And Katherine entered the room feeling precisely as welcome as a fox at a henhouse. The reception was polite with the thinly stretched politeness of women who had not yet decided what to make of the newcomer. Mrs. Douglas offered Katherine a chair and a square of quilting fabric. Mrs. Cook poured her a cup of coffee without comment. Katherine kept her hands busy and her answers careful, aware of the glances that found her belly that showed that she was well past 7 months now, and the evidence was unmistakable, and she bore them without comment. Martha sat beside her and stitched with the serene indifference of a woman who had long since stopped caring what other people thought. She introduced Katherine to each woman by name and context. "This is Mrs. Brennan. Her husband runs the store. She makes the best cherry pie in the territory." And the introductions served as both information and endorsement. If Martha Flint vouched for you, you were not entirely without merit. The women understood this, and their manner warmed by a degree or two, though it stopped well short of warmth. Katherine left the quilting circle feeling drained and uncertain, but she returned the following week, and the week after that, and slowly, incrementally, the ice began to thaw. The break came on a cold night in early October. Katherine was in the cabin, reading by lamplight, when she heard a horse on the road outside. It was not the easy canter of a ranch horse, but the hard, desperate gallop of an animal being ridden without mercy. She went to the window and saw a figure dismount in the yard and run toward the main house. A moment later, Jasper appeared on the porch, and a voice she did not recognize, high-pitched and frightened, cut through the still night air. "Mr. Hardwick, please. It's my Lucy. She's burning up, and she can't breathe, and the doctor's in Salem and won't be back till Monday." Katherine was out of the cabin before the man had finished speaking. She recognized him as the blacksmith, a broad man named Tom Wheeler, and even in the lamplight she could see the terror on his face. "How old is the child?" Katherine asked, coming up beside them. Wheeler looked at her in surprise. 6. "She started coughing this morning, and now she can't get air in. My wife doesn't know what to do." "I do." Katherine turned to the cabin. "Give me 2 minutes." She gathered her herbs with quick, certain hands. Dried mullein for the lungs, chamomile for the fever, honey from the jar she kept on the shelf, and a square of muslin for a poultice. She wrapped everything in a cloth and came back to the yard where Jasper was already hitching the wagon. "I will drive you," he said. It was not a question. They rode to the Wheeler house in Creekside at a pace that made Katherine grip the wagon seat with both hands. The blacksmith's house was a small, neat building behind the forge, and the light in the upstairs window told her they were expected. Lucy Wheeler was in her bed, propped against pillows that were damp with sweat. She was a small girl with dark curls and wide, frightened eyes, and her chest heaved with each breath, producing a rattling, whistling sound that Katherine recognized from her mother's teachings. It was croup, the barking cough that terrified parents and could, if untreated, become genuinely dangerous. Mrs. Wheeler, a stout woman with red-rimmed eyes, stood beside the bed, wringing her hands. "She's been like this since supper time," Mrs. Wheeler said, her voice shaking. "She can't keep anything down. The fever won't break." Katherine set down her bundle and went to work. She had not done this in years, not since her mother had died and the knowledge had been packed away with her grief, but her hands remembered. She heated water on the kitchen stove and brewed a strong chamomile tea sweetened with honey. She made a mullein poultice and laid it on the child's chest, wrapping it snugly in muslin. She sat beside the bed and held the cup to the girl's lips, coaxing her to drink in small, slow sips. "The steam will help open her chest," Katherine said, placing a bowl of hot water with dried herbs on the bedside table. "Keep her propped up. Never lay her flat when her breathing is like this. The poultice needs to stay warm, so change it every 2 hours." Mrs. Wheeler watched with wide eyes. "Where did you learn this?" "My mother," Katherine said. "She was a healer. She taught me about herbs and medicines before I could read." The night was long. Katherine sat beside Lucy's bed for hours, changing the poultice, brewing fresh tea, monitoring the girl's breathing with the calm, focused attention that her mother had modeled for her 1,000 times. She talked softly to Lucy, telling her stories about the ranch and the horses and the chestnut mare named Rosie, who was afraid of everything but was learning to be brave. Jasper waited downstairs with the blacksmith. He did not leave. He did not complain about the hour or the inconvenience. He sat at the kitchen table with Tom Wheeler and drank coffee and waited for his wife to do what she did. Somewhere in the small hours of the morning, the fever broke. Katherine felt the change under her hand, with the damp heat on Lucy's forehead easing, the rigid muscles of the child's chest softening, the breathing slowing from a desperate rattle to a gentler rhythm. Lucy's eyes opened, clear for the first time in hours, and she looked up at Katherine and whispered, "I'm thirsty." Katherine poured a cup of water and helped her drink, and Mrs. Wheeler collapsed into a chair and wept with relief. By dawn, Lucy was sleeping peacefully, her breathing clear and her fever gone. Katherine packed her herbs, gave Mrs. Wheeler careful instructions for the coming days, and accepted the woman's tearful gratitude with a quiet nod. The words traveled fast. By the following Sunday, 2 more families had come to the ranch door asking for Katherine's help. A farmer's wife with a swollen hand from a bee sting, and old Mr. Parsons with a cough that had lingered since September. Katherine treated them both with the same calm competence she had shown at the Wheeler house, and they left with remedies and instructions and the surprised expression of people who had found expertise where they least expected it. Jasper watched Katherine prepare tinctures at the kitchen table one evening, her hands swift and sure among the dried herbs and small glass bottles she had collected. She was grinding chamomile with a pestle, and the scent filled the kitchen with a fragrance that was both medicinal and sweet. "Where did you learn this?" he asked. Katherine looked up, surprised. It was the first question he had asked her about herself, a question born not of suspicion or necessity, but of genuine curiosity. "My mother," she said. "She was a healer back in Virginia. She believed that plants could fix most of the things people broke: bodies, stomachs, spirits. She grew herbs in a little plot behind our house, and she taught me all that she knew. She sounds like a good woman." "She was the best woman I ever knew." Katherine paused, her hands still. "I think she would have liked it here. The valley grows things easily. The herbs are abundant. She always said that a place that grows medicine is a place that wants people to be well." Jasper was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Ellen used to say something similar. She said the valley took care of people who took care of it." It was the first time he had mentioned Ellen to Katherine without being asked, and the casual nature of it, the ease with which her name had entered the conversation as though she were a mutual friend rather than a ghost, told Katherine more about the state of things between them than any declaration could have. After church that Sunday, the preacher's wife, a gentlewoman named Mrs. Hale, invited Katherine to sit with the other women instead of alone at the back pew. It was a small gesture, barely noticeable to anyone who was not looking for it, but Katherine understood its significance. It was an invitation, an inclusion, a door opening in a wall that had been closed to her since her arrival. Katherine accepted with a quiet nod and took her seat among the women of Creekside, and she felt the first fragile threads of belonging take hold, thin as spider silk but real and growing stronger with each passing day. Chapter 14. On a clear fall morning, when the sky was the deep, burnished blue that only October in the Willamette Valley could produce, Jasper asked Katherine to walk with him. He appeared at the cabin door just after breakfast, hat in hand, and said simply, "Come with me." Katherine set aside the herbs she had been sorting and followed him without question, because something in his manner told her this was not a casual invitation. He led her up the hill behind the ranch house. It was a gentle slope, covered in brown grass and scattered with the gold and crimson leaves of oak trees that grew along the ridge. The path was narrow and well-worn, the kind of path made by a single pair of boots traveling the same route many times, and Jasper walked it with the certainty of a man who could have found his way in total darkness. They climbed in silence, and Katherine's breath came harder as the hill steepened and the weight of the baby pressed against her lungs. She was 8 months along now, and the walking that had been easy in her first trimester was becoming an effort. But she did not ask to stop, and Jasper, who seemed to sense her difficulty, slowed his pace without comment. At the top of the hill, beneath a spreading oak tree whose branches reached wide enough to shelter a small congregation, they stopped. The grave was marked with a white stone, flat and smooth, set into the earth at the base of the tree. Someone had kept it clean, and the grass around it was trimmed short. The stone's surface was free of moss and lichen. Carved into the stone in simple letters were the words, "Ellen Marie Hardwick, beloved wife, 1846-1869. Katherine stood beside Jasper and looked at the stone and the tree and the valley spread out below them, and she understood why he had brought her here. From this spot you could see everything. The ranch, the creek, the meadows, the trees, the mountains rising in the distance with their peaks already dusted white. The whole of their small world was visible from this hillside, laid out like a painting in the golden fall light, and Ellen Hardwick lay at its center, watching over the land she had loved. Jasper was quiet for a long time. He stood beside the grave with his hat in his hands, and Katherine waited beside him, patient and still, because she had learned that silence was the language he trusted most. "She was 23, he said at last. "Younger than you. She came out here from Portland because she answered an advertisement the same way you did. Her father thought she was insane. He was a merchant, used to city life, and he could not understand why his daughter wanted to marry a horse rancher in the middle of nowhere." He paused, and something wry crossed his face, the ghost of self-awareness. "I was not an easy man to marry. Before Ellen, I lived alone on this hill for 3 years and spoke to no one but the horses and the storekeeper. I think the town believed I was half wild. She was the one who taught me that a house was supposed to have curtains." He paused and almost smiled. Not a full smile, but a softening around the eyes that was as close as Jasper ever came. She told him that the valley needed her more than Portland did. That was the kind of thing she said. She saw the world in terms of what needed doing and who needed helping, and she went where she felt called. He touched the stone lightly with his fingertips. She was here for 4 years. 4 years. Not long enough. Nowhere near long enough. Katherine said nothing. She stood beside him and listened, and the fall wind moved through the oak leaves above them with a sound like distant applause. "She sang while she worked," Jasper said, and Katherine could hear the grief beneath the words. Not fresh grief, not the raw, bleeding kind, but the older, quieter kind that had been lived with for years and had settled into the bones like winter cold. Every morning she sang, hymns mostly, sometimes songs I did not recognize. She had a voice that could carry across the valley, and I used to hear it from the barn and know that everything was all right. He drew a slow breath. After she died, I heard her voice in the house for a year. Not singing, just there, an echo, as Martha says. The walls remembered her, the floorboards remembered her. Every room in that house held some piece of her, and for a year I could feel it. He looked at Katherine, and his eyes were the color of a winter sky, pale and clear, and holding a depth of sadness that made her chest ache. And then it stopped, he said. One morning I woke up, and the house was just a house. The echo was gone. The memory was there, but the feeling, the presence, was gone. And that was worse than the grief I could carry, but the silence where her voice had been, that I could not forgive. Could not forgive yourself? Katherine asked softly. Yes. The word was barely audible, because it meant I was moving on. It meant the world was continuing without her, and I was not ready for that. I am not sure I will ever be ready for that. They stood together on the hilltop, two people joined by grief and silence, and the particular loneliness of having loved someone who was no longer there. The oak tree spread its branches above them, and the white stone gleamed in the morning light, and the valley hummed with the quiet industry of a world that did not pause for sorrow. Katherine reached into the pocket of her apron and drew out a sprig of dried lavender. She had picked it that morning from the bush behind the cabin, the bush that had seeded itself from some forgotten garden, growing wild and fragrant in the Oregon soil. She knelt beside the grave and placed the lavender on the stone, and the scent rose into the fall air, sweet and sharp and alive. I will take good care of the ranch, she said quietly, speaking to the stone and the woman it marked. I promise you that. She stood and brushed the grass from her skirts, and when she turned, she found Jasper watching her with an expression she could not quite read. It was not the flat indifference of the early months. It was not the hard, shuttered look he wore when he was angry. It was a new look, unguarded and searching, as though he were seeing her for the first time and was not entirely sure what to make of what he saw. Thank you, he said. The words were simple, but his voice caught on them, and Katherine understood that he was thanking her for more than the lavender. They walked back down the hill together in the late morning light, and when Katherine stumbled on a loose stone, her ankle turning on the uneven ground, Jasper caught her elbow gently and steadied her. He did not let go immediately. His hand remained on her arm for the length of several steps, long enough for Katherine to feel the warmth of his grip through the fabric of her sleeve, long enough for her heart to beat faster than the mild exertion warranted, long enough for something to pass between them that was more than courtesy and less than intimacy, but somewhere in the vast, uncharted territory between. When they reached level ground, he released her and they walked the rest of the way to the ranch in silence. But it was a different silence than any that had come before. It was the silence of two people who had shared something real and were still absorbing the weight of it. At the house, Jasper went to the barn, and Katherine went to the kitchen, and the day resumed its ordinary rhythms as though nothing extraordinary had happened. But something had, something small and significant and impossible to undo. A door had opened on the hilltop, and whether Jasper knew it or not, he had invited Katherine through it. She stood at the kitchen window and watched him cross the yard to the corral, and she pressed her hand against her belly, where the baby kicked, and she felt the bridge between them settle a little deeper into its foundations. Your father is a complicated man, she whispered to the child, and then corrected herself, because the baby was Daniel's, not Jasper's, and the distinction mattered. But even as she made the correction, something inside her wondered whether, in time, the distinction might matter less than she thought. Chapter 15. A man calling himself Cyril Palmer rode into Creekside on a Tuesday in mid-October, wearing a city suit, a pleasant smile, and an air of concern so carefully calibrated that it would have fooled anyone who was not already in the habit of watching for lies. Katherine first heard about him from Martha, who stopped at the ranch on her fortnightly visit to check on the baby and report the valley's news with equal thoroughness. "There's a man in town asking after you," Martha said, settling into her chair in Katherine's cabin with a cup of chamomile tea and her customary directness. "He claims to be the brother of your late husband. Cyril Palmer, he calls himself. Well-dressed, well-spoken, and altogether too smooth for my liking." Katherine's hands went still on the herbs she was sorting. "Daniel's brother?" "That is what he says. He arrived yesterday. Took a room at the boarding house and has been buying drinks at the saloon and telling anyone who will listen about his poor dead brother and his concern for the young widow." Katherine set the herbs down. Her mind was racing, but her voice was steady when she spoke. "Daniel never mentioned a brother, not once in 3 years of marriage." Martha raised an eyebrow. "That is what I thought you might say." Katherine met the man the following day. She had walked to Creekside for supplies, which she did regularly now, having established a routine that included the general store, a visit to Martha, and the quilting circle on Wednesdays. She was coming out of Brennan's Mercantile with a sack of flour when a man stepped forward and blocked her path. "Mrs. Palmer," he said, and then corrected himself with a small, apologetic smile. "Forgive me, Mrs. Hardwick, I should say, but you were a Palmer before, in a manner of speaking." Katherine studied him. He was slight of build, perhaps 38, with neat clothing, thinning hair smoothed with pomade, and quick dark eyes that moved over her face with the precision of someone cataloging details. His hands were soft and clean. His shoes were polished. Everything about him was carefully assembled, like a shop window display, attractive from a distance but slightly unreal upon closer inspection. "I am Cyril Palmer," he said, bowing with a sorrow that appeared genuine but sat on his face like a hat that did not quite fit. "Daniel's brother, your brother-in-law, I suppose, though we have never had the pleasure." He extended his hand. Katherine shook it. His grip was light and brief, and his palm was dry and smooth. "Daniel wrote to me about you," Cyril continued, his expression earnest. "About the marriage. I was away on business and only learned of his death through a letter that took months to reach me. I have come all this way to ensure that his widow, his family, is settled and cared for." Katherine stared at the man's face and searched for Daniel. She looked for the shape of the jaw, the set of the eyes, the way the mouth curved when it smiled. Daniel had been open-faced and broad-shouldered, with fair hair and blue eyes and a grin that could light up a room. This man was narrow and dark and sharp, and there was no sign of Daniel in any part of him. But families did not always resemble each other. Brothers could look nothing alike. Grief and time could change a person's bearing. She could not dismiss the man on appearance alone. "I did not know Daniel had a brother," she said carefully. Cyril's smile widened slightly, and something flickered behind it, a moment of surprise, quickly concealed. "We were not close, I am sorry to say. Different paths, different cities, but blood is blood, and when I heard what happened, I knew I had to come." He suggested they continue their conversation somewhere more comfortable, and they ended up at Martha's kitchen table, Martha having materialized at Katherine's elbow with the uncanny timing of a woman who had spent 55 years reading situations and people. Over tea, Cyril told his story. He was a businessman, he said, investments and property. He had been in California when Daniel died, and had only recently returned east to find his brother gone and his brother's widow vanished to Oregon. He had traced Katherine through the boarding house in St. Louis and had made the journey west to deliver important news. "There is an inheritance," Cyril said, producing a folded letter from his coat pocket. "Our father passed away last year and left a small property and a sum of money. Daniel was the primary beneficiary, and with Daniel gone, the inheritance passes to his widow, to you, Mrs. Hardwick." He laid the letter on the table. Katherine picked it up and unfolded it. It was written in a careful, rounded hand and purported to be from Daniel to Cyril, discussing their father's estate and the provisions that had been made. Katherine read it twice. Then she set it down and looked at Martha, whose sharp brown eyes had been fixed on Cyril with the unwavering attention of a hawk watching a mouse. "This is very kind of you," Katherine said, her voice neutral, "to travel all this way for my sake." Family is family, Cyril said with a modest shrug. It is what Daniel would have wanted. They parted outside Martha's house. Cyril tipped his hat and told Katherine he would be staying in Creekside for a few weeks to settle the matter, and he hoped to visit the ranch and pay his respects to her new husband. Katherine watched him walk down the street toward the boarding house, his polished shoes picking their way carefully through the mud, and she stood there until he disappeared around the corner. Then she turned to Martha. Daniel's handwriting was small and cramped, she said. He wrote with his left hand because he broke his right wrist as a child, and it never healed properly. He pressed hard with the pen, and the ink bled through the paper on every letter he ever wrote. She paused. That letter was written in a large, round hand by a right-handed person on thick paper without a single bleed-through. Martha's eyebrows rose. You are certain? I am certain. I read Daniel's letters every day for 6 months. I know his handwriting the way I know my own face. Katherine's jaw tightened. That man is not Daniel's brother, and that letter was not written by Daniel. She walked home with her mind churning, turning the encounter over and over like a stone in her hand. Daniel had never once mentioned a brother. Not in 3 years of marriage. Not in the casual conversations that fill the hours of a shared life. Not in the stories he told about his childhood. He had spoken of his parents, of his schooling, of the friends he had grown up with. He had never spoken of a brother named Cyril. And the letter. The handwriting was wrong. The paper was wrong. Everything about it was wrong, and Katherine felt the familiar prickle of alarm that had served her well in a life full of men who promised things they did not intend to deliver. Something was not right about Cyril Palmer. She did not yet know what, but she knew it in her bones. The same way she knew when a storm was coming, the same way she knew when the baby was about to kick, the same way she had known, standing at the well months ago, that her secret was about to be discovered. The stranger in the city suit was not who he claimed to be, and whatever he had come to Creekside for, it was not to deliver an inheritance to his dead brother's widow. Katherine walked the last mile, with her hand on her belly and her mind working furiously, and by the time she reached the ranch, she had not solved the puzzle, but she had done something equally important. She had decided not to trust a word the man said until she could prove otherwise. Chapter 16. Cyril Palmer settled into Creekside the way a splinter settles into skin, slowly, almost painlessly, and with a persistence that made removal increasingly difficult. He took a room at the boarding house and paid a week in advance, which impressed Mrs. Connolly, the proprietor, who was not accustomed to guests with ready cash. He frequented the saloon, where he bought rounds for the regular patrons and told stories about his travels in California with the easy charm of a man who understood that generosity was the fastest route to trust. He attended church on Sunday and shook the preacher's hand afterward, and he complimented Mrs. Douglas on her hat and Mrs. Cook on her preserves, and within a week he was known in Creekside as that nice Mr. Palmer who had come all this way to look after his poor brother's widow. Katherine watched his progress through the town with growing unease. She could not prove that he was lying. She had suspicions brought about by the wrong handwriting, the absent brother, the smooth manner that felt rehearsed rather than genuine. But suspicions were not evidence, and in a town as small as Creekside, an accusation without proof would damage her reputation far more than his. So she waited, and she watched. Cyril visited the ranch on a Thursday afternoon, arriving uninvited on a rented horse with a bottle of whiskey tucked under his arm as a gift for Jasper. He dismounted in the yard with the careful movements of a man who was not entirely comfortable around horses and stood beside the corral, looking at Jasper's stock with an enthusiasm that was noticeably overdone. "Fine animals," he said, running his hand along the top rail of the fence. "Fine animals indeed. Daniel always said you could judge a man by his horses, and I can see Mr. Hardwick is a man of excellent judgment." And Katherine, who was standing on the porch, watched him with narrowed eyes. Daniel had never said anything of the sort. Daniel had known nothing about horses. Daniel had been a city man who worked on a dock and had never, to Katherine's knowledge, set foot on a ranch. Jasper came out of the barn and shook Cyril's hand with the tight-jawed courtesy of a man who preferred to be left alone but understood the obligations of hospitality. They sat on the porch, and Cyril talked about the journey west, about the inheritance, about his admiration for the ranching life, and Jasper listened with the stone-faced patience he reserved for situations he could not avoid. Then Cyril produced the document. He drew it from his coat pocket with the solemnity of a man presenting a legal matter. A simple release form, he explained, smoothing the paper on his knee. It transfers the inheritance into Catherine's name, the property deed, and the funds from our father's estate. All it requires is her signature, and the matter is settled. Katherine took the document and read it carefully. Her mother had taught her to read every word of any paper put in front of her, and she read this one twice, slowly, tracing each line with her finger. "I will need to think about it," she said, folding the paper and setting it on the table. Cyril's smile flickered, a momentary dimming, like a candle in a draught. "Of course," he said. "Take all the time you need. I am in no hurry." He left an hour later, and the ranch felt cleaner for his absence. Katherine brought the document inside and laid it on the kitchen table, and Jasper came in from the porch and sat down across from her. "Let me see it," he said. Katherine pushed the paper toward him. Jasper picked it up and read it with the careful attention of a man who was not educated in the law but who had enough experience with contracts to know when something was wrong. His jaw tightened as he read. Line by line, his expression hardened, until by the time he reached the bottom of the page, his face had the granite quality that Katherine had learned to associate with deep, controlled anger. "This is not a release form," he said quietly. "I know. This is a power of attorney." He set the paper down and looked at her. "If you sign this, you are giving someone, not you, someone the legal authority to act on your behalf in all matters relating to property, finance, and legal proceedings. Your property, your finances, your legal standing." He pointed to a clause near the bottom of the page. "See this? Including but not limited to the filing of claims, liens, and petitions regarding real property. That means whoever holds this paper can walk into the county courthouse and file boundary disputes, water rights challenges, even property liens, all in your name as the wife of a landowner. And once those claims are filed, they have to be contested in court, which takes money and time that most ranchers do not have." Katherine nodded. She had recognized the language when she read it. Not because she was trained in the law, but because her mother had always said that the most dangerous words in the world were the ones buried in documents that people were told not to read carefully. "He wants me to sign away control," she said, "not of some imaginary inheritance, of whatever I have, whatever I own, whatever claim I might have to anything." Jasper's eyes were hard, including any claim to this ranch. A man with this paper and a cooperative county clerk could tie the property in legal knots for years. By the time the courts sorted it out, we would be bankrupt from the legal fees alone. The words hung in the air between them, and Katherine felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. The next day, she confronted Cyril in Creekside. She found him outside the general store, leaning against the porch rail with the easy posture of a man who had nowhere particular to be. His smile appeared the moment he saw her, wide and warm and completely wrong. "Katherine," he said, "how lovely to see. I will not be signing your document, Mr. Palmer." Her voice was steady and clear, and she did not return his smile. "It is not what you said it was, and I think you know that." The smile slipped. Not much. Just a fraction, like a mask nudged slightly off-center, but enough for Katherine to see what was behind it. The eyes that had seemed warm and sympathetic went flat and cold for just a moment, and Katherine felt a pulse of fear travel down her spine before the mask settled back into place. "I'm afraid I don't understand," Cyril said, his voice still pleasant. "It is a simple legal document." "It is a power of attorney," Katherine said, "and I will not sign it." She turned and walked away before he could respond, and she did not look back, though she could feel his gaze on her all the way down the street, sharp and calculating, and nothing at all like the concerned brother-in-law he claimed to be. That evening, Jasper asked Katherine to tell him whatever she knew about Daniel's family. They sat at the kitchen table after supper, the lamp burning between them, and Katherine talked while Jasper listened with the focused intensity she had come to recognize as his version of care. She told him about Daniel's parents, both dead before Katherine had met him, about his childhood in Pennsylvania, about the stories he had told her of his school days, his early jobs, and the river town where he grew up. She told him that Daniel had never, in 3 years of marriage, mentioned a brother, that he had spoken of cousins and friends and neighbors, but never a sibling named Cyril or anyone else. He was an only child, she said. I am as certain of that as I am of anything. Jasper was quiet for a long time after she finished. He sat with his hands wrapped around his coffee cup, and Katherine could see the thoughts moving behind his eyes. The slow, methodical processing of a man who did not speak until he had something worth saying. She could see him weighing what she had told him against what he knew, sorting the pieces the way he sorted horses in the corral, by temperament, by reliability, by the quality of their character. She saw the moment he made his decision. It was not a dramatic shift. It was the settling of something that had been unsettled for months. A quiet, internal alignment, like a compass needle finding north after a long, erratic spin. The cradle he had built, the burlap on the herb beds, the scorched oatmeal he had eaten without complaint, the walk to Ellen's grave. All of it had been leading here, and Katherine saw him arrive. Then why is this man here? Jasper asked. I do not know, but I intend to find out. Jasper looked at her across the table, and for the first time since the pregnancy revelation, Katherine saw an intent beyond duty in his concern. She saw genuine protectiveness, the look of a man who had identified a threat to something he had only just begun to realize he cared about. We will find out, he said, together. It was one word, together. But it changed everything. It changed the geometry of their relationship, the balance of power, the quiet understanding of who owed what to whom. For months, they had been two people sharing a space but occupying separate worlds. In that single word, Jasper Hardwick had drawn a line and placed his wife on his side of it. Katherine met his eyes and felt the bridge between them hold the weight of that which it had not been asked to bear before. Together, she agreed, and the air in the room shifted, subtle as a change in the wind, and neither of them looked away. Chapter 17. Cyril caught Jasper alone at the feed store on a Saturday morning. Katherine was at the quilting circle at a neighbor's home. Lonnie was at the ranch. Jasper had ridden into town for wire and nails, and he was loading the wagon when Cyril appeared beside him with the casual timing of a man who had been watching the road. Mr. Hardwick, Cyril said pleasantly, allow me to help you with that. Jasper did not want his help, but refusing it would have been conspicuous, so he allowed Cyril to hand him a spool of wire while he loaded it into the wagon bed. I wanted to speak with you privately, Cyril said, leaning against the wagon wheel with his arms folded in a posture of easy confidentiality. Man to man, as it were, about Katherine. Jasper said nothing. He continued loading supplies with the methodical efficiency of a man who would finish his task before he gave his attention to anything else. I do not know how much she has told you about her situation in St. Louis, Cyril continued, about Daniel's debts. Jasper's hands paused on the roll of fencing wire. He did not look up, but his body had gone very still. Daniel was a good man. God rest his soul, Cyril said, his voice dropping to a sympathetic murmur. But he was not always careful with money. He owed a considerable sum to creditors, to landlords, to men who do not take kindly to going unpaid. Those debts did not die with him. They follow his widow. He paused, letting the words settle. A woman in Katherine's position would have been desperate, he continued. Desperate enough to do almost anything. Desperate enough, perhaps, to find a new husband, a man with property and a good name who could shield her from her dead husband's obligations. A marriage is a fresh start, after all. New name, new territory, new life. The creditors cannot follow a woman across the country if she has a husband's name to hide behind. He straightened from the wagon wheel and looked at Jasper with an expression of practiced regret. I am not saying Katherine does not care for you, Cyril said. I am sure she does in her way. But I thought you should know the full picture. A man deserves to understand why a woman chose him. He tipped his hat, climbed onto his rented horse, and rode away. Jasper stood beside the wagon for a long time after he left. The wire was loaded, the nails were stowed, the wagon was ready to go, but Jasper did not move. He stood with his hands on the wagon rail and stared at the street where Cyril had been, and something inside his chest that had been slowly, painfully opening over the past weeks swung shut like an iron door. He rode home in silence. The road unwound before him, familiar and unchanged, but the world looked different through the lens of Cyril's words. Every moment of the past months rearranged itself in Jasper's mind, acquiring new meaning, new angles, new shadows. Catherine's letter, her omission, her willingness to marry a stranger on the other side of the country, her persistence in the face of his coldness, her refusal to apologize. Had it been survival, as she claimed, or calculation? Had she chosen him specifically, a man with a ranch and a name and a piece of land worth fighting for, not because she needed a fresh start, but because she needed a shield? The thought was poison, and Jasper knew it was poison, and he could not stop drinking it. He came home and could not bring himself to sit at the supper table. He put the supplies in the barn and tended the horses and worked until his arms ached and the sun was gone. And when Katherine came to the kitchen door and called that supper was ready, he said he was not hungry and went to the house. Katherine sat at the table and looked at the empty place and felt the distance return. She had seen it the moment he came back from town. The hardness in his eyes, the locked jaw, the rigid shoulders. Something had happened. Something had changed. The fragile warmth that had been growing between them evident in the coffee compliment, the cradle, the walk to Ellen's grave, the word together spoken across the kitchen table, had been swallowed by whatever shadow had fallen across his face between morning and evening. She did not push. She had learned that much. But the next morning, when the shadow had not lifted and Jasper would not look at her across the breakfast table, she decided she had been patient long enough. "What changed?" she asked, setting down her coffee cup with enough force to make the liquid tremble. Jasper looked up. His eyes were shuttered, the gray-blue stone walls back in place. "Cyril told me about Daniel's debts," he said flatly. Katherine stared at him. "What debts?" "The debts that followed you from St. Louis. The debts that drove you to answer my advertisement. The debts you married me to escape." The words hit Katherine like a slap. She sat very still for a moment, processing what she had heard, and then the fury rose hot and sudden and white, surging through her body like fire through dry grass. "Daniel had no debts," she said, and her voice shook with an anger so intense it frightened even her. "He earned his wages, and he spent them honestly, and when he died, I sold our house, which covered my rent at the boarding house. That is the truth, every word of it. And the fact that you would take the word of a stranger I have told you I do not trust, over mine." She stopped. She pressed her hand flat on the table and breathed, because the baby had kicked hard in response to her surge of emotion, and the combination of anger and pain was making her dizzy. "Katherine, do not," she said, raising her hand. "Do not tell me to calm down. Do not tell me to be reasonable. That man came to this ranch with a forged letter and a fraudulent document, and now he has come to you with lies about my dead husband, and you believed him. You believed him because it was easier than trusting me, because trusting me requires you to accept that I made a terrible choice for a good reason, and you cannot do that because it would mean admitting that I am not the villain in this story." The silence that followed was absolute. Lonnie, who had been eating his oatmeal in the corner, set down his spoon and quietly excused himself. Jasper sat at the table with his jaw clenched and his hands tight around his coffee cup, and Katherine could see the war on his face, the desire to believe her fighting the damage that had already been done. Cyril's words had found the crack in his armor, the place where Katherine's original lie had left him vulnerable, and they had driven in deep. "Daniel had no debts," Katherine repeated, her voice quieter now but no less fierce. "I married you because I was alone and pregnant and afraid, and your advertisement was the only door that opened. I did not choose you as a shield. I chose you as a chance. There is a difference." Jasper looked at her for a long time. Then he pushed back from the table and left the room without a word. Katherine sat alone in the kitchen and listened to the door close and the boots cross the porch and the silence settle back over the house like dust after a windstorm. She did not cry. She was beyond tears. She was angry, furious at Cyril for planting the seed, and at Jasper for letting it take root, and at herself for the original sin that had made all of this possible. If she had told the truth in her letter, if she had written those 5 simple words, "I am carrying a child," none of this would be happening. Jasper would have rejected her application, and she would have found another path, or not found one at all. And either way, the lie would not exist, and without the lie, there would be no crack for Cyril's poison to seep through. But she had lied, and the lie had consequences that kept multiplying, branching outward like roots in the dark, finding every weakness and exploiting it with the patient, relentless efficiency that comes with growth. She washed the breakfast dishes and went to the garden and pulled weeds until her hands were raw. And she thought about Jasper and Cyril and trust and poison. And she understood for the first time how much Jasper's trust mattered to her. Not because she needed his protection or his approval or his affection, but because she had come to care about the man behind the stone wall. And the thought of losing him to a lie told by a stranger cut her deeper than she had expected. That night, Katherine lay awake in the cabin and listened to the wind, and she felt the distance between the cabin and the main house stretch like a chasm in the darkness. "He will come back," she whispered to the child. "He came back before. He will come back." But the words felt less certain than they had the last time she had spoken them, and the darkness was very deep, and the wind carried no comfort at all. Chapter 18. Lonnie rode in at dawn, shouting. Katherine was in the kitchen, stoking the stove for breakfast, when she heard the horse approaching at speed from down the road, and Lonnie's voice cutting through the still morning air with an urgency she had never heard from him before. "Boss! Boss! The north fence is down!" Jasper came out of the house in his shirt sleeves, his face sharp with immediate attention, and Lonnie pulled up in the yard, his horse lathered and blowing. "Wire's been cut," Lonnie said, breathing hard. "Clean through, in 3 places. Somebody took snips to it in the night. The 3 bay mares, the breeding stock, they've gone through the gap onto Bray's land." Jasper's expression changed. Katherine, standing in the kitchen doorway, watched the transformation. It was not the slow, grinding anger she had seen after the pregnancy revelation or the careful shutdown after Cyril's lies at the feed store. This was hotter and more immediate, the blazing, focused fury of a man whose livelihood had been attacked. He did not speak. He went to the barn, saddled his horse in minutes, and rode out without breakfast, without instructions, without a word to Katherine. Lonnie followed him, and they disappeared down the trail toward the north pasture in a cloud of dust and urgency. Katherine stood on the porch and watched them go, her hand pressed against her belly, where the baby kicked in, response to her hammering heart. She knew what this was. Martha had told her about the cut fences, the scattered cattle, the pressure campaign that had driven the Sawyers and the Mellors off their land. Crawford Bray was escalating. The morning dragged. Katherine tried to work. She fed the chickens, weeded the garden, swept the kitchen floor, but her mind was on the north pasture and the cut fence and the 3 missing mares that represented a significant portion of Jasper's breeding stock. Those horses were not just animals. They were his future, his income, the foundation on which the ranch's survival depended. Jasper returned in the early afternoon, riding hard, his face dark with a fury Katherine had not seen since the day he discovered her pregnancy. Behind him, Lonnie led the 3 bay mares on a rope, their coats dusty and their eyes wide with the stress of displacement. "They were in Bray's corral," Jasper said, dismounting. His voice was tight and controlled, every word measured. Already penned, already claimed, as though he had been expecting them. Katherine came down from the porch. What did he say? He offered to return them, in exchange for a conversation about selling. Jasper's jaw worked. He sat on his fancy porch in his fancy chair and smiled at me and said he hoped we could come to an arrangement that suited both parties. "And you said?" "I said nothing that bears repeating in front of a woman. Despite the tension, the anger, the fear. Katherine almost smiled. Jasper led the mares to the corral and spent the rest of the afternoon repairing the north fence with Lonnie. Katherine imagined him as she looked out the kitchen window while she prepared supper, stringing wire with savage efficiency, driving posts into the ground with blows that shook the earth. He was channeling his rage into labor, the way he always did, because Jasper Hardwick did not have words for his anger. He had hammers and wire and the relentless physical effort of maintaining a life that was under siege. That evening, Lonnie came to the kitchen while Jasper was still at the fence. He sat at the table with a cup of coffee and a grave expression that looked wrong on his usually cheerful face. "This has happened before," he said quietly. "Not to us, but to the Sawyers, 2 years back. Their fences were cut 3 times in 6 months. Cattle scattered. Feed barn caught fire one night, though nobody could prove it was set. They sold to Bray in the spring. Same with the Mellors. Fences cut, water diverted, legal papers filed, claiming boundary disputes that did not exist." He wrapped his hands around his coffee cup and looked at Katherine with the earnest, worried eyes of a young man who had found a home and was afraid of losing it. "Jasper won't bend," Lonnie said. "You know that. He will fight Bray until one of them breaks. But Bray has money, and money buys lawyers and influence and patience. Jasper has land and stubbornness. I am not sure stubbornness is enough." Katherine listened to Lonnie with the focused attention she gave to every problem that presented itself, the same attention she gave to a sick child or a frightened horse or a garden full of weeds. She was not a woman who panicked. She was a woman who planned. "How many ranchers are left in the valley?" she asked. Lonnie counted on his fingers. "Us, the Douglases to the south, the Cooks on the east side, old Mr. Parsons up by the ridge. That is 4, used to be 7. Bray has the other 3. And the ranchers who sold, did they want to sell? The Sawyers did eventually. They were tired. The Mellors did not. But by the time Bray was done with them, they had no choice." Lonnie paused. "Bray is patient. He does not rush. He picks at people like a vulture picks at bones, a little at a time until there is nothing left." Katherine sat with this information for a long time after Lonnie went back to the bunkhouse. She sat at the kitchen table and thought about Bray and his cut fences and his patient campaign of intimidation, and she thought about Jasper's fury and Lonnie's fear and the 3 bay mares that had been penned in another man's corral as casually as if they had always belonged there. She thought about Cyril Palmer, too. The timing of his arrival, weeks before the fences were cut, no longer seemed coincidental. A man who carried forged documents and told lies about debts that did not exist and tried to get a woman to sign a power of attorney was not acting on his own initiative. Someone was directing him. Someone was paying him. Someone who wanted control of this ranch badly enough to employ both a confidence man and a pair of wire cutters. The pieces were not yet connected, but Katherine could feel them moving toward each other in the dark, like the hands of a clock approaching midnight. She lay awake that night, as she had so many nights before, with her hand on her belly and her eyes on the ceiling. But this time her thoughts were not about Jasper's silence or Cyril's lies or the fragile state of her marriage. They were about the ranch, about the land, about the home that she had come to care about in ways she had not expected and was not willing to lose. She had spent her whole life surviving men who believed they could take whatever they wanted. Her stepfather had tried to take her dignity in St. Louis. The river had taken her husband. And now Crawford Bray was trying to take the one place in the world where she and her child had a chance of building something real. Katherine Palmer. Katherine Hardwick was not going to let that happen. She lay in the darkness and formed a plan. Not a complete plan. Not yet. But the outlines of one, the shape of one, which might work if she were clever enough and brave enough and lucky enough to pull it off. She did not know yet how the pieces fit together, but she was going to find out. Because somewhere in the tangle of Cyril's lies and Bray's ambitions was a thread that connected them. And when she found it, she would pull it until the whole rotten web came apart. "We are not leaving," she whispered to the child. "This is our home, and nobody is taking it from us." The baby kicked once, hard, as though in agreement. Katherine closed her eyes and began to plan. Chapter 19. Katherine went to town for supplies on a Wednesday, as she always did. She was nearing 9 months now, heavy and slow, and the walk to Creekside that had once been merely tiring was now genuinely difficult. Martha had offered to lend her a buggy, but Katherine refused, partly from pride and partly because the walk gave her time to think, and she needed time to think more than she needed comfort. She was coming out of Brennan's Mercantile, with a sack of flour balanced on her hip when she saw Cyril entering the saloon by the back door. She stopped. The back door was unusual. Creekside Saloon was a rough establishment with a front entrance that faced the main street and a rear door that opened onto an alley between the saloon and the feed store. Customers used the front door. Deliveries came through the back. There was no reason for Cyril Palmer, a guest at the boarding house, who had no business at the saloon beyond buying drinks for strangers, to enter through the back. Katherine had an inclination to wait. She stepped into the shadow of the feed store's covered porch, where a stack of grain sacks provided both concealment and a plausible reason for lingering. She set down her flour and waited, her heart beating faster than she liked. Several minutes passed. Then a second figure appeared at the mouth of the alley, Crawford Bray. He walked into the alley with the careful, measured steps of a man who did not want to be seen. His silver hair was covered by a wide-brimmed hat pulled low, and his expensive coat was replaced by a plainer garment that made him less immediately recognizable. But Katherine knew the shape of him, the heavy shoulders, the confident stride, the way he carried himself as though every surface he walked on belonged to him. Bray stopped in the alley, and a moment later, Cyril emerged from the back door. They stood together in the narrow space between the buildings, and Katherine watched from behind the grain sacks as Bray reached into his coat and produced a thick envelope. He handed it to Cyril. Cyril took it, hefted its weight, and tucked it inside his own coat. They spoke in low voices that Katherine could not hear, but their body language told her all she needed to know. These were not strangers. There was no awkwardness, no formality, no sense of two men meeting for the first time. Their movements had the easy familiarity of people who had done business together many times before. The casual handoff, the brief exchange, the shared understanding that required no explanation. Katherine's mind raced as the pieces connected. Cyril was not Daniel's brother. The inheritance was fiction. The forged letter was a prop. The power of attorney would have given someone other than Katherine, whoever held it, the legal authority to act on her behalf. And that authority applied to a woman who was legally married to the owner of a ranch that sat on the valley's best water access, could be used to file claims, challenge deeds, or create legal entanglements that would force a sale. The whole conspiracy, Cyril's arrival, his smooth manner, his false concern, his lies about Daniel's debts, was a strategy, Bray's strategy, a confidence game designed to gain a legal foothold on Jasper's ranch through Katherine's name. If she had signed that document, if she had trusted Cyril's warm smile and sympathetic eyes and believed the story about the inheritance, Bray would have had everything he needed. A power of attorney in the name of Jasper Hardwick's wife. A legal tool that could be wielded like a weapon, creating disputes and claims that would tie the ranch in knots until Jasper had no choice but to sell. Katherine felt the blood drain from her face. She gripped the edge of the grain sack and breathed deeply, willing the dizziness to pass. The baby pressed against her ribs, and she pressed back, steadying herself with the physical reminder of why she needed to stay calm and think clearly. She watched Bray and Cyril separate. Bray walked back up the alley toward the main street, and Cyril disappeared through the saloon's rear door. Then she picked up her flour and walked as quickly as her condition allowed to Martha's house. She poured out all that she had seen. Martha listened with her sharp brown eyes narrowed and her lips pressed into a thin line that Katherine had learned to associate with dangerous thoughts. "I knew it," Martha said when Katherine finished. "I have been saying for 2 years that Bray bought out the Mellors with exactly this kind of trick. He hired an agent, a man no one knew, with forged papers and a convincing story, who pressed a fraudulent claim on the Mellor property until the legal costs alone were enough to bankrupt them. They sold to Bray for a fraction of what the land was worth, and the agent disappeared the next week. And no one stopped him? The sheriff is paid by Bray. Not officially, of course, but everyone in this valley knows where his loyalties lie. The county court is 60 miles away, and by the time a case reaches a judge, the damage is done and the family is gone. Martha's expression was fierce. Bray is not a fool. He does not break the law in ways that leave marks. He bends it, he uses it, he turns the legal system into a weapon and wields it against people who cannot afford to fight back. Katherine sat at Martha's table and felt the fury build inside her. Not the hot, explosive anger she had felt during the argument with Jasper, but something cooler and more dangerous. The focused, purposeful fury of a woman who had been underestimated her entire life and was tired of it. "I need to tell Jasper," she said. "Yes," Martha agreed. "You do." Katherine drove Martha's buggy home without stopping. Her hands shook on the reins, but her mind was clear. She rehearsed what she would say, not the emotional plea of a woman asking to be believed, but the precise, factual account of a witness reporting what she had seen. Jasper was in the barn when she pulled into the yard. She climbed down from the buggy, heavy and ungainly, and walked into the barn where he was grooming a horse. He looked up when she entered, and his expression was guarded. The shuttered look that had returned after Cyril's lies about Daniel's debts and had not fully lifted since. "I saw Cyril with Crawford Bray," Katherine said, "in the alley behind the saloon. Bray gave him money. They know each other. They have done business before." She told him all that she had seen, what Martha had confirmed, how the pieces fit together. The false inheritance, the forged letter, the power of attorney, the legal foothold that would have given Bray a weapon to use against the ranch. She spoke clearly and steadily, and she did not waver, and she watched Jasper's face as the information landed. The change was remarkable. The shuttered look disappeared. The guarded distance fell away. What replaced it was not the slow thaw of the previous weeks, but something sudden and fierce, the expression of a man who had been looking at a puzzle from the wrong angle and had just been shown the right one. He set down the grooming brush. He looked at Katherine, and his gray-blue eyes held something she had not seen before. Not warmth exactly, but gratitude. Quiet, fierce, genuine gratitude. "You saw this," he said. "You saw the connection. You put it together." "I did. And you came straight home to tell me." "Of course I did." His eyes moved through the barn door. "In someone else's buggy," he realized. Jasper stood very still for a long moment, and Katherine could see the calculations behind his eyes, reassessing, reordering, fitting the new information into the framework of everything he had believed. About Cyril, about Bray, about Katherine, about trust. "I owe you an apology," he said quietly. "You owe me nothing," Katherine said, though her heart was pounding. "I owe you the truth, and I have given it to you, late and imperfectly, but I have given it. What Cyril told you about Daniel's debts was a lie, designed to turn you against me. And it worked, because I had already given him the crack to work with." Jasper looked at her for a long time. Then he said, "Yes, it worked, and I am sorry for it." Katherine felt something break open inside her chest that was not grief, not anger, but relief. The pure, overwhelming relief of being believed by someone whose belief mattered more than she had ever allowed herself to admit. "What do we do now?" she asked. "We fight," Jasper said. And the way he said it with such certainty, resolve, and quiet, unshakable determination told Katherine that the wall between them had not just cracked. It had come down. Chapter 20. Jasper and Katherine rode to the sheriff's office the next morning with Martha Flint seated beside Katherine on the wagon bench, her midwife's bag at her feet, and her jaw set with the particular determination of a woman who had come to bear witness and would not be turned away. The sheriff's office was a small, unpainted building at the end of Creekside's main street, wedged between the livery stable and a vacant lot where chickens scratched in the dust. Sheriff Hagan was a large man with a drooping mustache and heavy-lidded eyes that gave him the appearance of perpetual drowsiness, though Katherine suspected that very little escaped his notice. Katherine, Jasper, and Martha sat in his office, while the sheriff leaned back in his chair and listened. Katherine described what she had seen behind the saloon. Bray and Cyril meeting in the alley, the envelope changing hands, the familiar body language that suggested a long-standing arrangement. She described Cyril's arrival in town, the forged letter, and the power of attorney disguised as a release form. She described the lies about Daniel's debts and the pressure to sign documents that would have given an unknown party legal authority over her affairs. She spoke clearly and precisely, the way Martha had coached her on the ride into town. Facts, not feelings. Evidence, not interpretation. The account of a witness, not the plea of a victim. Sheriff Hagan listened with his heavy-lidded eyes half closed and his fingers steepled beneath his chin. When Katherine finished, he sat in silence for a long moment. Then he said, "Mrs. Hardwick, seeing two men talk in an alley is not proof of conspiracy." Katherine felt Jasper stiffen beside her. "With all due respect, ma'am," the sheriff continued, "Mr. Bray is a prominent member of this community. He employs half the valley. He donates to the church and the school and the road fund. And Mr. Palmer is a visitor who, by his own account, came here to settle a family matter." He spread his hands in a gesture of reasonable helplessness. "I cannot arrest a man for standing in an alley." "He gave him money," Katherine said. "You saw him hand over an envelope. You do not know what was inside it." The sheriff's tone was patient, almost sympathetic. "Ma'am, I understand your concern. I do. But I cannot act on what might be inside an envelope that you observed from across the street." Jasper's temper flared. Katherine could feel it in the sudden rigidity in his body, the tightening of his hands on his knees, the heat radiating from him like a stove door thrown open. "My fences were cut," Jasper said, his voice low and hard. "My horses were stolen. A man is walking around this town with forged documents, telling lies about my wife and trying to get her to sign away her rights, and you are telling me you cannot do anything?" "I am telling you that I need evidence, Mr. Hardwick, not suspicion, not observation. Evidence." The sheriff met Jasper's hard gaze with the weary patience of a man who had delivered bad news before and would deliver it again. "I suggest you take your concerns to the county court in Salem. They have the jurisdiction and the resources to investigate matters of this nature." Katherine placed her hand on Jasper's arm. It was the first time she had touched him deliberately since the day at the well. The first time she had reached for him rather than being steadied by him. The contact was light but unmistakable, and she felt his muscles tense beneath her fingers before gradually easing. "Thank you, Sheriff," she said, standing. "We appreciate your time." She steered Jasper toward the door with a gentle but firm pressure on his arm, and he went. Not willingly, but without making a scene, which was, she understood, the best she could hope for. Outside, in the bright morning sunlight, Jasper's anger erupted. "That man is bought," he said through his teeth. "Bray owns him the same way he owns everything else in this valley. The sheriff will not lift a finger against the man who pays for his badge." "I know," Katherine said calmly. Jasper looked at her, frustration burning in his eyes. "Then what do we do?" "We go around him," Katherine said. "We talk to the other ranchers." Martha, who had been standing quietly on the wooden sidewalk, nodded. "She is right. Bray's power depends on isolation. He picks off families one at a time because they are too frightened to stand together. If the remaining ranchers unite, they become a force that even Bray cannot ignore." Jasper stared at her, then at Katherine, and Katherine could see the reluctance in him, the deep, ingrained stubbornness of a man who had always fought his battles alone. He did not want allies. He did not want to share his problems with neighbors. He wanted to fix it himself, the way he fixed fences and shod horses and handled every other challenge on the ranch. But Katherine had placed her hand on his arm and told him to think. And he was thinking. "The Douglases," he said at last. "The Cooks, old Parsons." "Yes," Katherine said. "All of them." They spent the rest of the day visiting the remaining independent ranchers in the valley. The Douglases were a couple in their 40s. Thomas, a lean and careful man, and his wife Sarah, who had the sharp eyes and direct manner of a woman who managed both a household and a farm. They lived on a spread south of Jasper's ranch, and Thomas listened to Katherine's account with a grim expression that deepened as she spoke. "He's been after our water rights for a year," Thomas said. "Offered to buy, then offered to lease, then stopped offering and started hinting. Last month, someone left our gate open, and 20 head of cattle wandered onto the road. We lost 2 before we got them back. The Cooks were younger, barely 30, with 3 small children and a modest ranch on the eastern edge of the valley. Henry Cook was a nervous man who fidgeted with his hat while Katherine spoke, and his wife Emily clutched the youngest child on her hip and said nothing, but her eyes were wide with recognition. "Someone filed a boundary dispute with the county office last month," Henry said. "We received a letter saying that our east fence encroaches on public land. It does not. We had it surveyed when we bought the place, but contesting it means hiring a lawyer, and we cannot afford a lawyer." Old Mr. Parsons lived alone on a small ranch up by the ridge. He was 72, weathered and wiry, with the kind of stubborn independence that came from surviving whatever the frontier could throw at a man. He listened to Katherine's account from his porch chair and spat tobacco juice into the dust. "I've known that snake was coming for my place since he bought out Henderson," Parsons said. "He sent a fellow around in the spring. Smooth talker, city clothes, man offered me twice what the ranch is worth. I told him to go to blazes. A month later, somebody poisoned my well. Had to dig a new one." Katherine looked at Jasper. "He sent a fellow around," she repeated. "City clothes, smooth talker." Jasper's jaw tightened. "Cyril, or someone like him," Katherine said. "Bray has done this before. He uses agents, hired men with false stories and legal tricks to soften up the landowners. Cyril is not the first. He is just the latest." By the time they had visited all 3 families, the sun was setting, and the valley was glowing with the amber light of late afternoon. Katherine sat in the wagon beside Jasper and felt the weight of everything she had learned pressing against her like a physical force. It was worse than she had imagined. Bray's campaign was not a spur-of-the-moment land grab. It was systematic, methodical, and devastating. He was dismantling the independent ranchers of the Willamette Valley one by one, using a combination of intimidation, legal manipulation, and hired agents, and no one had stopped him because no one had been willing to stand together. Until now. That evening, the ranchers gathered at Jasper's kitchen table. Thomas Douglas and his wife Sarah, Henry Cook, still fidgeting with his hat, old Mr. Parsons, who had ridden down from the ridge on a mule and refused to sit until everyone else was seated, Martha Flint, who had come because Martha Flint went wherever she was needed, Lonnie, standing by the door with his arms crossed and his usually cheerful face set in an expression of quiet resolve, and Jasper at the head of the table. Katherine had set out coffee and bread, and she stood by the stove while the ranchers talked, and she watched her husband, the words still surprised her sometimes, take quiet command of the room. He did not make speeches. He did not raise his voice. He simply laid out the facts about the cut fences, the forged documents, the connection between Cyril and Bray, the pattern of intimidation that had driven 3 families off their land, and he let the facts speak for themselves. Then he said, "We can keep fighting alone, or we can fight together. Alone, he picks us off. Together, he has a problem he cannot solve with money." Thomas Douglas nodded slowly. Henry Cook looked at his wife. Old Parsons spat into his handkerchief and said, "About damn time someone said it." Katherine watched from the stove, her hand resting on her belly, and she felt something bloom in the warm kitchen. Not just resolve, but community. The thing that Bray had worked so hard to destroy was growing back in the place where he least expected it, and at the center of it, standing at the head of his table with the lamplight catching the gray-blue of his eyes, was Jasper Hardwick, the man who had buried his heart on a hillside and hidden from the world for 5 years, finally stepping back into it because a woman he had not wanted and a fight he had not chosen had shown him that there were things worth coming back for. Chapter 21. The storm came from the mountains like a living entity. Katherine saw it building in the afternoon, great dark clouds massing above the peaks, their bellies swollen and black, moving toward the valley with a slow, inexorable purpose that made the horses nervous and sent the chickens scurrying for the coop. By 4 o'clock, the wind had picked up, bending the trees along the creek and sending loose shingles clattering across the yard. By 5, the sky had gone the color of a bruise, and the first fat drops of rain hit the ground like small explosions. Jasper and Lonnie worked frantically to secure the ranch. They reinforced the corral fence with extra wire, herded the horses into the barn, and shuttered the windows of the main house and the bunkhouse. Katherine moved through the cabin, securing everything she could, and then crossed to the main house to build up the fire and prepare food. Because she understood that before the night was over, everyone on the ranch was going to need warmth and sustenance. By 7 o'clock, the storm hit with its full force. The wind was ferocious. It flattened the corral fence on the south side, sending rails flying into the darkness like matchsticks. The rain came not in drops but in sheets, solid walls of water that hammered the roof and turned the yard into a shallow lake. The creek, already high from the fall rains, rose with terrifying speed, roaring past the ranch with a voice that drowned out everything else. Jasper and Lonnie were in the barn, fighting to keep the horses calm. Katherine could hear the animals screaming, high, frantic sounds that cut through the wind and rain like knives. And she could hear Jasper's voice, low and steady beneath the chaos, doing what he always did, calming the frightened creatures with the quiet authority that was his greatest gift. Katherine was alone in the main house when someone pounded on the door. She opened it and found Cyril Palmer standing on the porch, drenched to the skin, his neat clothes plastered to his slight frame and his pomaded hair streaming water. He looked nothing like the smooth, polished man who had arrived in Creekside weeks ago. He looked desperate. "My horse threw me on the road," he gasped, water streaming down his face. "I cannot get back to town. The trail is flooded. Please, you must let me in." Katherine stared at him. Every instinct she possessed was screaming at her to close the door. This was the man who had lied about Daniel, the man who had tried to trick her into signing away her rights, the man who was working for Crawford Bray to steal her husband's ranch. But the storm was savage, and the trail was impassable, and whatever else Cyril Palmer might be, he was a human being standing in the rain, and Katherine was not capable of turning a man away to die in a flood, no matter what he had done. She stepped aside and let him in. Cyril stumbled through the door and stood dripping on the kitchen floor, his teeth chattering. Katherine handed him a towel and pointed him toward the fire, and he crouched beside the stove with the hunched, miserable posture of a man who had reached the end of his resources. For several minutes they were quiet. The storm raged outside, shaking the house to its timbers. Katherine stood at the kitchen counter and watched Cyril from across the room, every sense alert, every nerve drawn tight. Then Cyril spoke. His voice had changed. The warmth was gone. The sympathy was gone. The pleasant, concerned brother-in-law had been washed away by the rain, and what remained was something harder, colder, and considerably more dangerous. "You should have signed the papers," he said, not looking at her. "It would have been easier. For everyone." Katherine's hand went to the counter edge. "Easier for whom?" Cyril turned from the fire. His dark eyes, which had always been quick and observant, were flat now, stripped of pretense, devoid of the calculated warmth that had been his primary tool. "For you, for your husband, for the child." He stood up slowly. "Mr. Bray is not a patient man, Katherine. He has been patient with you because I asked him to be. I told him you were reasonable. I told him you could be convinced. But he is running out of patience, and when Crawford Bray runs out of patience, things go very badly for the people in his way." Katherine felt the cold travel down her spine, but she did not move. She did not back away. She had faced worse than a wet man in a kitchen making threats. "Is that a threat, Mr. Palmer? Or whatever your real name is?" Something flickered in Cyril's eyes, surprise perhaps at being unmasked so directly. "My name does not matter," he said. "What matters is that you understand the situation. Your husband's ranch sits on the most valuable water access in this valley. Mr. Bray intends to have it. If he cannot have it through legal means, he will find other means, and the results will be unpleasant for everyone involved." "We know who you are," Katherine said, her voice steady despite her pounding heart. "We know you work for Bray. We know the inheritance is a lie, and the power of attorney was a fraud. We know about the Mellors and the Sawyers and every other family Bray has driven off their land. And we have told the other ranchers everything." Cyril's face twisted. The smooth mask was gone entirely now, and what lay beneath it was not the charming con man but a frightened, cornered animal. He took a step toward her. "You stupid woman," he hissed. "Do you think that matters? Bray owns the sheriff. Bray owns half the businesses in this town. What are a handful of ranchers going to do against a man who can?" Katherine stepped backward, and her hip caught the edge of the table. The impact sent a jolt through her body, and in the same instant, a sharp, searing pain lanced through her abdomen. She gasped and grabbed the table edge, and the room blurred around her. The pain came again, a tightening, a clenching, a wave of pressure that took her breath and buckled her knees. She gripped the table and tried to stay upright, but the world was spinning, and the pain was building, and she felt the baby kick. Hard, desperate, wrong, and she knew with a terrible, instinctive certainty that something was happening that should not be happening yet. "No," she whispered, "not yet. It is too early." Cyril stared at her in panic, his anger evaporating as he watched her fold over the table. Whatever he had expected from this confrontation, a pregnant woman collapsing in front of him was not part of the plan. The cabin door burst open. Jasper stood in the doorway, rain streaming from his hat and shoulders, his eyes wild. He had heard the raised voices from the barn and had come running, and what he found was his wife doubled over the kitchen table in pain, and Cyril Palmer standing 3 feet away with guilt written across every line of his face. Jasper crossed the room in 2 strides. He did not look at Cyril. He went straight to Katherine and caught her before she could fall, his hands gentle despite the fury blazing in his eyes. "Katherine, look at me. What happened?" "The baby," she gasped. "Something is wrong." Jasper eased her into a chair and turned to Cyril. The look on his face was one that Katherine would remember for the rest of her life. Cold, focused, and utterly without mercy. "If anything happens to her," Jasper said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I will hold you responsible. Do you understand me?" Cyril backed against the wall, his hands raised. "I did not touch her. I swear it. She stumbled. Lonnie!" Jasper shouted toward the open door, and Lonnie appeared from the darkness, rain-soaked and breathless. "Ride to Martha's. Now, the baby is coming." "In this?" Lonnie looked at the storm. "Now," Jasper said, and there was nothing in his voice that allowed for argument. Lonnie was gone in seconds, vanishing into the screaming dark. Jasper turned back to Katherine and knelt beside her chair. His hand found hers, and she gripped it with a strength that surprised them both. "Martha is coming," he said. "Hold on, just hold on." Katherine closed her eyes and breathed through the pain, and she felt Jasper's hand, warm, rough, and steady, holding hers in the firelit kitchen, while the storm raged outside and the world narrowed to the 2 of them and the child that was fighting to be born too soon. Chapter 22. Martha arrived an hour later, soaked to the bone and magnificent. Lonnie had ridden through the worst of the storm to reach her, and she had come back with him on horseback, her midwife's bag strapped to her back and her steel-gray braid whipping in the wind. She dismounted in the flooded yard, marched into the house without bothering to shake off the rain, and took charge of Katherine with the calm, irresistible authority of a woman who had been managing crises since before most of the people in the room were born. "Out," she said to Jasper, who was kneeling beside Katherine's chair. "Both of you, out of this kitchen." "I am staying," Jasper said. Martha looked at him with the expression she reserved for men who mistook stubbornness for helpfulness. "You're going to deal with that man in the corner," she pointed at Cyril, who was pressed against the wall like a trapped animal, "and you are going to let me do my job. I have delivered 200 babies in this valley. I do not need an audience." Jasper hesitated. Then Katherine squeezed his hand and said, "Go, I am in good hands." He released her hand reluctantly, and Martha shooed him from the room with a gesture that would have been comical under any other circumstances. In the front room, Jasper turned his attention to Cyril. The con man had lost all pretense of composure. He stood against the wall with his wet clothes dripping onto the floor and his eyes darting between Jasper and the door, calculating his chances of escape, which were, given the storm and Jasper's proximity, precisely 0. Jasper stepped toward him, and Cyril flinched. But Jasper did not seize him. He stopped 3 feet away, folded his arms, and studied the smaller man the way he might study a horse that was deciding whether to bolt. "Sit down," Jasper said. Cyril sat. He dropped into the nearest chair as though his legs had been cut, and he stared at the floor. Jasper pulled a second chair across from him and sat. When he spoke, his voice was quiet and deliberate, the voice he used with a spooked animal, low and calm, leaving no room for panic. "I am going to ask you questions," Jasper said. "You are going to answer them, and if I believe you are lying, I will put you out that door into the storm and let the creek decide what becomes of you." Cyril's jaw worked. He said nothing. "Your name is not Palmer." It was not a question. Cyril's eyes darted to the door, to the window where rain hammered the glass, back to Jasper. "No," he said, barely audible. "What is it?" A long pause. "Dobbs, Cyril Dobbs." "Where are you from?" "Portland." Jasper nodded as though confirming something he had already suspected. He let the silence stretch until Cyril could no longer bear it. "How long have you worked for Bray?" Cyril's head snapped up. "I never said." "You did not have to. You arrived in town 3 days after Bray's offer was refused. You came with a story no one could verify, and the night Katherine turned down your papers, Bray's men cut my boundary fence." Jasper leaned forward. "I have had 2 months to think about the timing. The timing is the thing that convicted you, Dobbs. Everything else is details." The use of his real name broke something in Cyril. His hands began to tremble, and he pressed them flat against his thighs to still them. "How long?" Jasper asked again. 2 years. The words came out thin and reedy. 2 years, different towns, different names. Jasper let that sit. Then, methodically, he began to pull the story out of Cyril piece by piece, not through force, but through a patient, relentless questioning that left nowhere to hide. He asked about the Mellors first, because that was the pattern. Cyril resisted, deflected, tried to minimize, but Jasper had the rancher's testimony in his memory, and he matched each evasion against a fact until the lies collapsed under their own weight. The Mellors. Cyril had used a different name, a different story, a forged surveyor's claim that the property boundary was in dispute. They had signed papers thinking they were resolving a technicality, and Bray had used the signature to file a cascade of legal challenges that cost more to fight than the land was worth. The Hardwick plan was the same architecture with different materials. Cyril was supposed to befriend Katherine, gain her trust, and get her to sign the power of attorney. Once signed, Bray would use it to file boundary disputes, water rights challenges, and property liens, each one requiring a legal response that would bleed the ranch dry. "And the debts?" Jasper asked. "Daniel Palmer's debts," Cyril swallowed. "Bray's idea, a contingency. If the power of attorney failed, the debts would drive a wedge between you and her. You would not trust her. She would have no ally." "It almost worked," Jasper said flatly. "She was not supposed to figure it out." Cyril's voice had gone hoarse. "Bray said she was just a mail-order bride. He said she would sign anything." Jasper was quiet for a long moment. Then he asked the questions he had been saving. "Who cut my fences?" Cyril hesitated. Jasper waited. "Bray's men, 2 of them. They ride from the south. I do not know their names. That is the truth. Bray keeps the crews separate. I do the talking. They do the rest." "The poisoned well at Parsons's place?" "Bray's orders." Cyril's voice cracked. "He has men for that work. I was never part of it. I only did the talking." Jasper studied him. The silence extended until the only sound was the storm and Cyril's ragged breathing. Then Jasper stood, looked down at the man in the chair, and said, "Stay there." Cyril stayed. He had nowhere else to go, and they both knew it. Jasper walked to the kitchen door. "Martha," he called, "how is she?" "The contractions have stopped," Martha called back. "The baby is not coming tonight, but she needs rest. Complete rest. No work, no walking, no excitement. A week in bed at least." Jasper closed his eyes briefly, a rare, unguarded gesture that Katherine, had she been able to see it, would have recognized as relief so profound it was almost pain. "Can I see her?" he asked. 2 minutes, Martha said. "Then she sleeps." He went into the kitchen and knelt beside Katherine, who was lying on a makeshift bed of blankets Martha had arranged on the floor near the warm stove. Her face was pale and her eyes were tired, but the pain had eased and her hand found his when he reached for it. "The baby is all right," she whispered. "Martha says it was the fright and the strain, not the—" She did not finish the sentence. I know. Jasper held her hand and looked at her, and there was nothing guarded in his expression, nothing shuttered, nothing held back. She could see everything, the fear, the relief, the anger, and beneath all of it, something she had been waiting months to see. He told me everything, Jasper said. Cyril. His real name is Dobbs. He works for Bray. The whole thing, the inheritance, the debts, the papers, all of it was a scheme to get at the ranch. I know, Katherine said. You knew. You saw it before any of us. He paused. What you did, seeing the truth, finding the proof, standing your ground when he threatened you, you saved the ranch. I will never forget that. Katherine's eyes filled, but she did not cry. She was too tired and too relieved for tears. She squeezed his hand and said, We saved it. Together. Jasper lifted her hand and pressed his lips to her knuckles in a brief, barely perceptible kiss that was over almost before it began. Then he laid her hand gently on the blanket and stood. Sleep, he said. I will be here. Katherine closed her eyes, and the warmth of the stove and the sound of the rain and the memory of his lips on her hand carried her down into sleep. By dawn, the storm had broken. The valley emerged from the darkness, battered but intact, the creek still high but receding, the sky clearing from the west in long streaks of pale gold. The damage to the ranch was significant but repairable. The corral fence on the south side was down. Several shingles had been torn from the barn roof, and the yard was a shallow lake of brown water, but the house stood, and the barn stood, and the horses were safe. And in the front room, Cyril Dobbs sat where Jasper had left him, wet and defeated, waiting for whatever came next. What came next was the ranchers. They arrived in ones and twos as the trails became passable. Thomas Douglas on horseback, Henry Cook in his wagon, old Parsons on his mule. Martha had sent word during the night, and the valley had responded. Jasper told them what Cyril had confessed, every detail, every name, every scheme. The ranchers listened in grim silence, and when Jasper finished, Thomas Douglas pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket and a pencil, and he said, We write it down, every word, and we all sign as witnesses. Cyril stared at the paper for a long time. His pen hovered, and for a moment his jaw tightened, and Katherine thought he might refuse. But then Thomas Douglas set a second sheet beside the first, a list of the families Bray had displaced, with dates and property losses recorded in Douglas's careful hand. Cyril looked at the list, and whatever calculation he was making resolved itself. He was a man who understood leverage, and the leverage had shifted. He signed his real name, Cyril Dobbs, in a hand that shook only slightly, and then he set down the pen and stared at the table as though the wood grain contained instructions for what to do next. The county seat, Parsons said, spitting into his handkerchief. We take this to the federal marshal in Salem, not the sheriff. The marshal. Bray cannot buy the federal government. Not yet, anyway, Martha said dryly. They escorted Cyril down the road toward the county seat that afternoon with Thomas Douglas and Henry Cook, and old Parsons riding together in a convoy that looked for all the world like a posse. Cyril's rented horse was tied to the back of Douglas's wagon, and Cyril was seated in the wagon bed, looking as though he wished the storm had carried him away. Jasper watched them go from the porch. Then he went inside, sat beside Katherine's bed, and told her that it was done. The confession was signed. The evidence was on its way to Salem. The ranchers were united, and Cyril Dobbs was gone. Katherine looked up at him from the blankets, and for the first time in all the months she had known him, she saw Jasper Hardwick smile. It was not a big smile. It did not transform his face or light up the room or do any of the things that smiles were supposed to do in stories. It was small and quiet and slightly surprised at itself, as though it had been buried for so long that it had forgotten how to surface. But it was real, and it was for her. Thank you, he said again. Katherine reached for his hand. He gave it willingly. You are welcome, she said, and she smiled back at him. And the two smiles sat in the quiet room together, small and new and full of the kind of promise that does not need words to be understood. Chapter 23. 2 weeks after the storm, a federal marshal arrived in Creekside. Thomas Douglas had ridden to Salem the morning after the storm and filed the confession with the federal court himself, bypassing the local sheriff entirely. The court had not moved quickly. Courts did not, in Catherine's experience, move quickly for anyone who could not afford to make them. But the confession of a named agent, supported by sworn statements from half a dozen landowners, was difficult to set aside. The marshal's office had opened a file, and the file had grown. The marshal was a tall, lean man with a badge on his coat and a manner that suggested he had heard a great many stories in his career and was not easily impressed by any of them. He rode into town on a Tuesday morning, tied his horse outside the sheriff's office, and spent not 3 hours but 3 days interviewing residents, examining documents, and taking statements from anyone who had information about Crawford Bray's activities in the Willamette Valley. He rode to the Meller homestead, now occupied by one of Bray's men, and spent an afternoon examining the deed transfers. He visited old Parsons and inspected the well. He spoke to the blacksmith, the storekeeper, and the preacher's wife, and he wrote everything down in a leather-bound notebook with the methodical patience of a man who understood that a case built slowly was a case that held. Cyril Dobbs's signed confession was the foundation. The rancher's testimonies about the cut fences, the poisoned well, the boundary disputes, the fraudulent claims were the walls. And the paper trail that the marshal uncovered in the county records, where Bray had filed a series of false property claims under various names and through various agents, was the roof. The warrants were issued on a Thursday, nearly a month after the marshal's first visit. 2 federal marshals rode to Bray's ranch that afternoon and found him on his fine porch in his fine chair, and the look on his face when they handed him the papers was, by all accounts, worth the 60-mile ride from Salem. Bray's empire began to collapse the way empires always collapsed, not in a single dramatic fall, but in a slow, grinding disintegration as the men who had supported him scrambled to distance themselves from his name. The sheriff resigned his position and left the valley within a week. The shopkeepers who had given Bray credit suddenly discovered they could not recall the details of their arrangements. The men who had cut fences and poisoned wells in Bray's service vanished into the hills like smoke. The indictment came 6 weeks after the warrants. Fraud, intimidation, and conspiracy to deprive landowners of their property through coercion and forged instruments. His trial would not come until spring in the county courthouse in Salem, and Katherine suspected it would drag on for months beyond that. But the indictment alone was enough to break his grip on the valley. A man under federal charges could not intimidate his neighbors. A man awaiting trial could not buy silence. The ranchers who had sold under duress, the Mellers in particular, began proceedings to reclaim their land, and a new sheriff was elected in Creekside by a unanimous vote of the remaining independent families. He was a young man from Salem with honest eyes and no debts to anyone, and his first act in office was to ride out to each ranch in the valley and introduce himself. Katherine watched the valley transform from the porch of the main house, where Martha had ordered her to stay during her final weeks of pregnancy. She rested because Martha insisted, and because Jasper insisted, and because the baby inside her had grown so large and so active that standing for more than 10 minutes at a time was an act of endurance rather than routine. The enforced rest gave her time to observe things she had been too busy to notice. She noticed that the valley was beautiful in November, the trees bare but graceful, the mountains sharp against the cold blue sky, the creek running clear and steady after the fall rains. She noticed that the horses in the corral moved with a contentment that reflected the calm of the ranch itself, now that the threat that had hung over it for months had been lifted. And she noticed Jasper. She noticed that he came to the porch every morning with a cup of coffee for her before he went to the barn. She noticed that he lingered longer at meals, sometimes staying at the table for 20 minutes after the food was gone, actually talking about the horses, the weather, the fence repairs, the small daily business of a life that was beginning to feel shared rather than parallel. She noticed that he sat beside her in the evenings while she read, not speaking, not requiring entertainment, simply being present in the same room in a way that was unmistakably voluntary. And she noticed that he looked at her differently. The stone wall was gone. The guarded distance was gone. In their place was something open and attentive and slightly bewildered, as though he were rediscovering a capacity he had believed was lost. On a crisp fall afternoon, he took her hand and led her up the hill to Ellen's grave. Katherine walked slowly, her belly huge beneath her coat, one hand in Jasper's and the other pressed against her back. The path was steep, and she was breathless by the time they reached the top, but the view was worth the climb, as it always was, with the whole valley spread out below them in shades of gold and brown, the ranch at its heart, the mountains standing guard. They stood beside the white stone beneath the oak tree, and Jasper held her hand and looked out at the valley. And Katherine waited because she had learned that waiting was the key to everything with this man. "I have been holding on to the past so tightly," he said at last, "that I almost missed what was standing right in front of me." Katherine looked at him. His gray-blue eyes were clear and unguarded, and the grief that had lived in them for 5 years was still there. It would always be there, but it had made room for something else, something new. "Ellen would have liked you," he said. "She would have admired your stubbornness and your herbs and the way you tamed that horse." Katherine felt her throat tighten. "I think I would have liked her too." "You would have." He paused. "She told me once that the valley would tell me when it was time to stop grieving, that I would know because something new would grow where the grief had been." He looked at Katherine. "I think she was right." Katherine took his hand. It was the first time either of them had reached for the other in a deliberate, unambiguous gesture of connection in all the months of their strange, difficult, impossible marriage. "I came to Oregon looking for survival," she said. "I did not expect to find anything else. I had stopped believing that anything else existed. And now? Now I believe it exists. I am looking at it." Jasper leaned down and kissed her. It was a soft kiss, gentle, careful, almost tentative, as though he were handling something precious and was afraid of breaking it. His lips were warm against hers, and his hand came up to cradle her face with a tenderness that made her eyes sting. And Katherine closed her eyes and leaned into him and let herself feel safe in someone's arms for the first time since Daniel had died. They stood on the hillside above the valley with the whole world stretched out below them, and the wind moved through the oak leaves with a sound like a whisper. And for a moment, there was nothing in the world but the two of them and the life they were only beginning to build. 3 weeks later, the baby came. It came on a cold November night, with frost on the windows and a fire roaring in the stove, and Martha Flint installed in the kitchen like a general commanding a campaign. Katherine labored through the night, gripping Jasper's hand until her knuckles turned white, and Martha worked with the calm, steady competence of a woman who had done this 200 times and would do it 200 more. The baby arrived at dawn, a girl, small and perfect and furious at the indignity of being born, her face red and her fists clenched and her cry so loud it echoed off the cabin walls and startled the horses in the corral. Martha cleaned the baby, wrapped her in a blanket, and placed her in Katherine's arms. Katherine looked down at the tiny scrunched face, the dark hair, the button nose, the miniature fingers that curled around her thumb with a grip that was surprisingly strong, and she felt the world crack open and reform itself around this small, miraculous creature. "She is perfect," Katherine whispered. Jasper stood beside the bed, looking down at the baby with an expression that Katherine had never seen on his face before. It was not the stone wall. It was not the careful distance. It was not even the tentative warmth of the past weeks. It was something naked and overwhelming and entirely without defense. The look of a man whose heart had been broken and broken and mended again, and who was now holding something so small and so new that the very idea of it undid every wall he had ever built. "May I?" he asked, and his voice cracked on the words. Katherine placed the baby in his arms. Jasper held the child with the same gentle, steady hands that calmed horses. Large hands, calloused and weathered, cradling the tiny bundle with a care that spoke louder than any words he could have offered. He looked down at the baby's face, and something shifted in his eyes. Something fundamental, something permanent, something that would never shift back. "Hello," he said softly. "Hello, little one." The baby opened her eyes, dark, unfocused, brand new, and looked up at the man holding her, and Jasper smiled. Not the small, surprised smile from the day after the storm. A real smile, a full, unguarded, unreserved smile that transformed his weathered face and made him look for just a moment like the man he had been before the grief and the loss and the 5 long years of silence. Martha, standing by the stove, wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and said gruffly, "Well, that's that then. Have you got a name for her?" Katherine looked at Jasper. They had not discussed names. They had not discussed much of anything in the traditional sense. Their communication had been built on silence and small gestures and the slow, painstaking accumulation of trust. But she knew what she wanted to call the child, and she thought he might understand. "Hope," she said. "Her name is Hope." Jasper looked at Katherine over the baby's head, and his gray-blue eyes that had been shuttered and guarded and full of grief for longer than anyone should have to bear were bright. "Hope," he repeated. "That is a good name." He sat beside the bed with the baby in his arms, and Katherine leaned against his shoulder, and Martha poured herself a well-earned cup of coffee and sat in the chair by the fire. The cabin filled with the quiet, ordinary sounds of a family taking its first breath. The crackling of the stove, the shifting of the baby, the creak of the rocking chair, the distant sound of horses in the corral, the wind moving through the valley that had become, against all odds and expectations, home. Katherine closed her eyes and pressed her cheek against Jasper's shoulder and felt the warmth of him beside her and the warmth of the baby between them. And she thought about the letter she had written in a cold boarding house in St. Louis, the desperate, dishonest, necessary letter that had carried her across a continent to a stranger she had not wanted and a life she had not imagined. She thought about the lie that had started it all, and the truth that had nearly ended it, and the slow, painful, beautiful process of 2 wounded people learning to trust each other, despite every reason not to. She thought about Daniel, who had been kind and reckless and who would never see his daughter's face. She thought about Ellen, who had sung while she worked and who lay on the hillside under the oak tree, watching over the valley she had loved. And she thought about Hope, not the baby, but the thing itself, the stubborn, unreasonable, undefeatable force that had kept her moving when everything in the world told her to stop. "We are home," she whispered to Jasper and to Hope and to the valley and to herself. Jasper's arm tightened around her, and the baby slept, and the fire burned, and outside the window the sun rose over the mountains and poured golden light across the Willamette Valley, and the new day began.